All right, so this section we're going to deal with sales contracts. Well, actually, the sales contracts, we get into them more in chapter 11. This is just talking about some of the basic rules here that we, as real estate licensees, we're allowed to prepare sales and lease contracts only for residential properties. Even though we could sell and lease commercial properties, we're only allowed to prepare the sales and lease contracts for residential properties. Residential, what is residential? It's 1 to 4 families and single residential buildable lots. Okay. Not not a tract of land where you could put multiple houses on it, but a single lot. So a single lot for a buildable house or 1 to 4 family. Anything more than 4 family is considered commercial. And those need to be drawn up. Those contracts need to be drawn up and prepared by attorneys. All right. So that's what they're talking about here. Licensees are allowed to prepare standard residential real estate contracts. We're not preparing the contracts. We're not writing contracts. They're already prepared for us. We just fill in the blanks. Okay. Don't leave any blank lines. Sometimes, if you leave blank lines, though, it does mean something these days, the way they've rewritten some of these contracts. And they have to include an attorney review clause that allows either party to make modifications to the contract, to review the contract, make modifications, or even cancel it. All right. But you have 3 days to start this attorney review. If you don't choose to do attorney review because you're not required to by law within 3 days, then the contract becomes legally binding as it is. And then nobody can make any changes unless both parties agree to it. Now, uh, when attorney review starts, attorney review, each side has 3 days to respond to the other party's correspondence. Okay. So attorney review is not just 3 days. You have 3 days to begin attorney review, and then one attorney will send out a letter to the other that they're in receipt of the contract, but they don't agree to the writing in its current form. But pending these attached list of changes, we could conclude attorney review, and they'll send it off to the other side. Then that side has 3 days to examine it and then respond. So it's 3 days back and forth, 3 days back and forth. Now the attorneys, if they choose, they could lengthen the 3 day period if they both agree to it. They could say, well, it's 5 days now, but it has to be at least three. Okay, and then they could lengthen it. They could pause attorney review until the happening of a certain event. But that's how attorney review works. It's not just 3 days. Okay, it's at least 3 days to start it, and then it goes from there. So I've had attorney review done in an hour. I've had attorney review done in 3 months. Uh, it's however quickly the attorneys are responding back to each other, but you have 3 days to start it. Now, whenever a student sees legal citations such as court decisions or statutes, they feel compelled to memorize them as part of the content. Items not appearing in the state exam should be avoided in the course text. All right. So a similar clause is required in residential leases for a term of 1 year or more. All right. Anyway, licensees can prepare sales contracts for 1 to 4 family homes and single building lots. Let's highlight that. Now, how do we prepare contracts for commercial properties? Well, the same way that real estate agents do it even for residential properties in other states and the southern part of New Jersey, is they prepare a term sheet, also known as a non-binding intent to purchase or lease, where they lay down the terms that both parties negotiate back and forth what they want in the contract. But this document is not legally binding, and then it's turned over to an attorney once they agree on all the terms they want in the contract. They turn it over to an attorney, then an attorney writes the contract with all of those terms in it. That's how commercial real estate contracts are prepared by agents to start the ball rolling. Okay, we prepare those term sheets. Southern part of New Jersey, that's the way they prepare real estate contracts. Is they they go back and forth with a not legally binding term sheet till both parties agree on all the terms that they want in the contract, and then they write them in there once. And that's why uh, other states and southern part of New Jersey, they don't need attorney review as often. They don't do attorney review unless there's a problem. Then they get attorneys involved. Here in the north central part of Jersey, actually even the southern part of Jersey, it's starting to catch on now. When we prepare the contract, we prepare the actual contract. And then once the contract's signed by everybody, we can't make modifications to it because then it's practicing law without a license. So we would then send it off to the attorneys to start attorney review to make any modifications or changes to it or additions to the contract after everybody's signed it. Okay. So listings, they have to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. I wrote that in there. You probably should too. It'll be somewhere else in the book where you'll see both of these in the same paragraph at some point, but you do need to study this because it will be questions on exams. That when we get a listing, we are required to share our listings with other agencies. So we could try to sell off our listing inventory quicker and maybe at a higher price if it gets more exposure to the market. So we put listings in the MLS within 48 hours. We have to. And all written offers must be forwarded to sellers within 24 hours, forwarded or presented, if possible, within 24 hours of the time of signing. Now, at the time of listing, sellers of residential property also need to be supplied with a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum. This is, do you guys know what the position of Attorney General means? What that position is? Every state has an attorney general, and the country itself has an attorney general. It's the highest law enforcement officer in the state or in the country, depending which one you're looking at. That's what the position attorney general is. So a memorandum is just a fancy word for notice. So this is a notice, the memorandum, coming from the highest law enforcement officer in the state, which is the attorney general. And it is about the New Jersey laws against discrimination, but it also discusses some federal laws too. But so at the time we get a listing, we have to give all property owners a copy of this Attorney General's memorandum. Basically tells them, hey, if you're offering your property for sale or lease to the public, you can't discriminate and you got to follow all these laws, all these rules. Okay. That's what the Attorney General's memorandum is. Okay. Everybody got these highlights down?
So not to buyers, but to listings.
Buyers are free to discriminate all they want.
Okay.
Now, if they're searching for a home based on discriminatory criteria, we cannot aid them in a search based on those criteria. We could search for homes in the area that they want, in the price range they want, with the features of the real estate that they want. But, you know, if they say, well, I don't want.
Other than that, it would be steering.
Those people, we can't help them search based on criteria like that.
Sure. It would be steering, right?
Well, no, steering is actually when you're like, you know what, I think you like it better in this neighborhood. When you're the one that's making the decision.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And that could even be done by limiting their options, by not even letting them know that properties are available in a certain area, because you want them over here instead. Okay. When you're the one that makes the decision where someone should be, even if your intent is good, right? Because you know it's like a bad area and you're trying to get somebody in a nicer area. Okay. Doesn't matter. That's still steering. People could choose where it is they want to live. You know, I've had, well, we'll get into that conversation more in chapter 4 when we talk about discrimination. But, you know, I've had people make comments before where, you know, they're searching for a home, and I was like, "Ooh, that's a pretty rough area." And you know, the one girl, she's like, "That area ain't bad. It's been at least a year since someone got shot there." And I was just like, "Damn, someone got shot." You know, so it's clearly, you know, it may be better than where she currently lives, you know, but you know, who am I to make that decision? I don't got to live there, you know, so I can't try to steer her to what I consider to be a better area because that's subjective, you know. All right, moving along. So this guy right here, what did he do? Okay, so he had a listing. The It got under contract. The deal fell apart. He still had it listed in the MLS as under contract and did not show that the property was available again so that he could try to get his own buyers. So this way, other agents are not going to be inquiring about the property to want to show it because it's showing that it's already under contract. So that's not treating everybody fairly, is it? That's not treating all the other agents out there fairly that may have a client that may be interested in buying a property over there, right? So he got in trouble for that, and he got a $1,500 fine. You know, I actually know this guy. I bumped into him before. He did the same thing to me once. So I know that this is a repeated practice. When you come across people that do this and get caught for doing this, it's often not their first time doing it, you know. And anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to pick on the guy, but I had my run-in. All right, so let's see, failure to provide duplicate original and initialing changes. Okay, so we need to know that term duplicate original. When we prepare sales contracts or lease contracts, when we prepare contracts for people, we need to, and they sign them, we need to immediately provide them with a duplicate original. That's not a copy, that's multiple originals. So we have them sign multiple original contracts so that we could give one to the buyer, one to the seller. You know, maybe even each real estate agency keeps an original. And when you get the old school attorneys, they want one too. So now how many contracts we got to get people to sign? 6 copies, basically, right? So we have 6 original contracts, 6 copies with original signatures on them. You know, let's put it that way. That's what a duplicate original is. Okay. Now, are you going to need 6 copies for everybody? No, not necessarily. It depends. It depends on the situation, the people involved, etc. But the buyers and the sellers definitely get a duplicate original. Okay. Why is that? Why do we need them to have a duplicate original? Because how do you enforce a contract if you don't have an original of it? You cannot take a photocopy of a contract to court. That's not legally enforceable. It could have been modified, it could have been messed with, nobody knows. It's a copy, right? You need to have original contracts, the original documents if anybody's going to court over anything, if anybody's suing something over an issue. So we need to provide all buyers, all sellers, all landlords, all tenants with duplicate originals of any contracts or documents that we have them sign. Okay. So what do we do now that several years ago, before he left office, Governor Christie signed digital contracts, electronic signatures, electronic contracts into law for real estate. They've been around a lot longer than that, but they were not valid contracts. They were not legal for real estate. So real estate agents that were jumping on the latest trends of the latest technology jumped the gun because they may have been compromising their client's best interest because they didn't have a single original contract if they were only using electronic signatures on contracts when it was not yet legal. So once Governor Christie signed it into law, now it became legal that we can use electronic signatures and digital contracts, and they are enforceable in the court of law. So how do we provide a duplicate original of those? You just print another copy because there's no original signatures on them to begin with. They have the electronic markings on the bottom. All right. So that's how that works. So duplicate originals with electronic signature contracts only need to be printed another copy, and that would be valid. What signature contracts require signing of each copy? And if we're going to make modifications to a contract, like you see here in this picture, I got a little screenshot here where we take $300,000 on a contract and then we renegotiated, so we crossed that out and now we made it $310,000. Next, anytime you touch a contract with a pen, you need to have all parties initial, I would have them initial and date next to each and every change or modification to that contract. Okay. You don't just have them sign the contract, you have them initial next to every change that you made. Otherwise, you just voided the contract. Once both parties sign a contract, okay. Look, even if one party signed a contract, you had the buyer made an offer, right? And then the seller counter offered it 310. Okay, so we crossed out the 300 where the buyer already signed the contract. So now they put 310 there, and then the seller signs it. Well, the buyer never agreed to that yet, so we need to get them to sign off on that. So we'll initial next to this change and make sure that they are okay with the changes. Now, if you fail to do so, look, this guy or girl or the guy failed to provide a copy of the fully executed contract immediately upon signing. He also admitted to fail to have an alteration to the contract initialed by all parties. So he agreed to pay a $1,000 fine for that. Okay. So you got to have them initial next to all changes. And anytime you have somebody sign a contract, what do you need to give them?
Original copy.
A duplicate original.
Duplicate original.
That's the terminology that they use on exams. You know, I'm not being anal about it. I'm just trying to get you used to the terminology that they use. Okay. Yes. Okay. So if real estate brokers are also licensed as insurance brokers, this is on page 18. Mention of the buyer's purchase of insurance from that broker, if included in the sales contract, must be confirmed separately in writing, not less than 5 days before the actual closing of title. All right. So, you know, we got a lot of real estate agencies. They're one-stop shops now. You could get real estate services. You could get homeowners insurance. You could get a mortgage loan through them. You could get homeowners insurance. You could get all that stuff under one roof. So these places are usually the ones that have these custom contracts, you know, not the standard contracts that most of us use. They have these custom contracts. And it's real easy to have a checkbox already pre-checked in there that says, hey, you're getting insurance through us. Okay. So to prevent that from happening, the Real Estate Commission requires that the buyer sign separately a separate document stating that they wish to get the insurance from you, but they don't have to, knowing that they don't have to. Okay. So that's what that's about. So they got to get that separately in writing within 5 days before. They got to have at least 5 days before closing to show they got enough opportunity to go shopping around for the insurance. Okay. Now, this is also illegal. No contract can contain anything indicating a prescribed fee schedule. So above here, I wrote an example of what a prescribed fee schedule would look like, maybe on a sales contract or a listing agreement, where you say 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%. Pick one or circle one. That's not negotiable. Okay, that's what we call a prescribed fee schedule. It's a narrow scope of options that you have to select from. That's not negotiable. Okay, we call that a prescribed fee schedule. That's what that would look like when they say no contract can indicate any prescribed fee schedules. On our contracts, it has to be a blank line, and the commissions should be expressed as a percentage of the sales price or a fixed dollar amount. Okay, that's negotiable, a blank line that you then write it in. So nothing pre-typed, because if it was pre-typed, when exactly did you negotiate it? Right? So the commission requires, when we say the commission, we're talking about the Real Estate Commission again. The commission requires that the following statement be included in all listing contracts or sales contracts if there was no listing contract on the property. In other words, it was a for sale by owner that we're making an offer on. Here, I wrote in here, disclosure for FSBO offers. This needs to be added to all contracts that we make for a for sale by owner property, if you make an offer on a for sale by owner property. That says, as seller, now you don't have to memorize this, you just need to be aware that there is some sort of a disclosure like this that needs to be added to the contract. It says, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker, and no fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority or by any trade association or multiple listing service. Okay. This is to avoid the illegal practice known as price fixing, which is illegal. It's against the law by New Jersey law as well as federal law under what's called the Sherman Antitrust Act, which we're going to learn about in Chapter 3, which you definitely need to know about. So we're hitting it up big time in this chapter too. So by adding this disclosure, we're saying we do not engage in the illegal act known as price fixing, which is a violation of the federal Sherman Antitrust Act, which is on page 55 and 56. I'm not going to tell you to go there just yet. And that's basically price fixing is when two agents from competing firms collude with each other. That means they work with each other to try to set an industry standard on pricing for the fees for the services they're providing. Let me ask you, because that's basically anti-competition, right? If the competition is working with each other, that's anti-competition, right? So who does that harm? If you got real estate agents,
The public.
it harms the public because they can't get the service cheaper elsewhere. If everybody agrees not to charge below a certain amount, then that's artificially holding the prices up higher, our commission prices that we're charging them. Yeah, that's like if you go buy a TV, right? If all the TV sales stores in the area agree not to sell it below a certain price, you're not going to get that TV below a certain price, right? It's anti-competition. That's illegal. So that's the same kind of practice that the Sherman Antitrust Act applies to. And it does not only apply to real estate. This is not a law specifically for real estate. The Sherman Antitrust Act has been around since the late 1800s, or earlier than that even maybe. And it was actually used to break up oil companies, back in the day. Anybody ever see those documentaries, The Titans of Industry, The Men Who Made America? It's like a mini series. You guys ever see that? It's real interesting, actually. Talks about, the iron industry, the railroads, the oil industry. Then it got into electricity, and all those other things. In there, it showed how they broke up a company called Standard Oil. It was a monopoly. It was the largest oil company in the United States. It was so big, they broke it down into 32 different oil companies. Right? So now we have all these different oil companies out here today. Well, at one time, they were all owned by one guy. It was called Standard Oil. They could have still been owned by him even when they broke it down into 32 different companies. But now it's not just one large conglomerate. All right. So anyway, brokers must keep original contracts, bank records, and all documents for 6 years. We already highlighted this, right? All documents must be kept for 6 years except for 2 items, which must only be kept for 6 months. And what are they?
What are you asking?
Brokers are required to keep all records for 6 years except for 2 items, which they only need to keep for 6 months.
The expired and the unaccepted.
Yep, expired listings and unaccepted offers that were made, which they only need to keep for 6 months. Everything else, all other kinds of documents, 6 years. So we should have already had this highlighted because we skipped forward the other day and did this, right? Right. So you may want to take a screenshot of this one. This is a good one to study. Got a lot of information with a lot of different questions that you'll probably see on exams. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nod, nod. It's up to you. All right. So duplicate original is multiple original copies with wet signatures, digitally signed contracts. Just print out another copy. It's considered an original. Licensees must immediately give a fully executed duplicate original to the clients anytime we have them sign a contract. And commissions are negotiated between the client and the broker and must be expressed as a fixed dollar amount or a percentage of the sales price. No predefined prescribed fee schedules are allowed. Must be negotiable. Commissions in New Jersey, commissions must be negotiable. Agents must include a price fixing disclosure on for sale by owner contracts that basically say that we did not fix this pricing with any other groups, trade groups, associations, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Licensees can prepare contracts only for 1 to 4 family homes and single residential lots, because anything else is considered commercial real estate. And who can prepare the contracts for commercial real estate?
Broker.
Attorneys.
Attorneys. Only attorneys. Only attorneys can. Otherwise, we're engaging in the unauthorized practice of law. So agents can start that process by preparing that term sheet or non-binding intent to purchase or lease. Written offers need to be forwarded or presented to the owners or the other party within 24 hours. All listings have to be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit more information than the book already gave you so far. All listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours unless directed not to by the owner. Only the property owner can direct you not to put a listing in the MLS. Not the real estate commission, not your broker, not the seller, not the buyer. Only the owner of the property can direct you not to put a listing in the MLS. And because we're required to put listings in the MLS, we would be violating the law by not doing so. However, if the owner directs us not to, we need to get them to sign a CYA form. You guys know what that stands for? Cover your ass. So it's one of those cover your booty forms called a waiver of broker cooperation. We need to get the owner to sign one of these forms now so that we do not get in trouble later, where the owner says, oh, I never told you that, because we're required by law anytime we get a listing to put it in the MLS to share it with all the other brokers that are out there. Unless, who can tell us not to?
The homeowner.
And then we get them to sign what?
The
Waiver.
waiver.
Waiver of broker cooperation. Because this is how we cooperate with other brokers. We share our listing inventory with them by putting it in the MLS. So, and we're required to, unless the owner tells us not to, and then we have them sign that cover your booty form, the waiver of broker cooperation form.
I have a question.
Shoot.
What would make an owner not want to put their property?
Whatever their reason is, I don't know. Whatever their reason could possibly be. Maybe they're like obsessive control freaks. Only my agent can show this property, and I want only my agent working with the buyers, and I want only my agent to be writing up the offers. So basically, if you're interested in my property, you got to go through my agent only. You can't come in with your own agent because we're not cooperating with them. Okay, that kind of a deal, I guess. But that could shoot people in the foot. You're not getting as wide of a exposure on your property, right? So you may not sell it as quickly or for a higher price than if you had thousands more of agents all working with possible buyers that could introduce them to your property, right? It's not really in their best interest. That's why we as real estate agents should never introduce this concept or idea to the owners of the property, because it's not in their best interest. And when agents usually do it to introduce this to them, it's because they're trying to get that pocket listing that they only can show and get access to so that they could get both ends of the transaction, double the commission. Okay. So that's why we're forbidden from even bringing it up. However, if they bring it up and they tell us not to, then we whip out that form and have them sign it. Okay. So owners, buyers, and tenants can choose whether or not to incur the cost of hiring a lawyer. Did you know you don't need a lawyer in a real estate transaction? You don't. So it's not required. But if they don't want a lawyer, we have to have the buyers or sellers sign a document called the Opinion 26 notice that advises them that they have a right to hire one. So the Opinion 26 notice must be the cover page, sitting on the as the cover page right on top of the contract. So before that seller or buyer see the contract, the first document they're seeing as the cover page, sitting right on top of it, is the Opinion 26 notice, which advises them that they have a right to hire a lawyer and have a lawyer review this contract and make any changes and such. Okay. So they just don't want real estate agents telling people you don't need a lawyer when you really don't need a lawyer. But they don't want us saying that. Why not? Well, I told you that in most states, they don't have attorney reviews. The real estate agents take a more active role in the transaction. They prepare those non-legally binding term sheets that go back and forth between buyers and sellers or landlords and tenants for what they want to be included in the contract. And then they prepare the contract once, and then there's no need for an attorney to make modifications to it later. They only use attorneys when problems pop up, if a issue comes up. Well, you had one guy, you had a real estate agent in the southern part of New Jersey that came up with an idea, because this is the way this was the normal practice in the southern part of New Jersey. So they were like, I got an idea. Since I'd taken a more active role than what they do up in the north central part of New Jersey, how about I market that? That's a bonus. Hey, when you hire me as your real estate agent, I take a more active role. I could save you the cost incurred from hiring a lawyer. Ooh, that landed in the mailbox of a lawyer, that advertisement. And this lawyer was like, oh, hell no, we can't let this go. Pretty soon all agents are going to be doing this, and they're going to be taking money out of our pockets. We got to do something about it. But this guy's not wrong. You don't need an attorney in a real estate transaction. But how can we put an end to this? Oh, I got an idea. I'm giving you the speak from the attorney's point of view here. He was like, oh, I got an idea. What we need to do is we need to get a law passed. We need to show some politicians that these agents telling people that they don't need a lawyer are depriving people of their rights to hire one. So we need to word it in a way that they need to inform people that they have a right. Oh, yeah, let's do that. We need to inform people that they have a right to hire a lawyer instead of telling them that they don't need one. Clever play on words, right? But this is actually what happened. So who writes the laws? Who writes the laws?
The government?
Legislator.
More specific, dumb it down for
politicians.
Politicians, there you go. Politicians write the laws. So you had this attorney now. Now, politicians actually vote on the laws. They don't actually write them. They have attorneys on staff that write them. So this attorney took it upon himself to write up this disclosure called the Opinion 26 notice that all real estate agents would have to give and have as the cover page of any contract when an attorney's not being used. And then he wrote up a law and proposed it to one of his politician buddies and said, hey, did you hear what's going on out there? People are getting compromised here in the biggest purchase that they'll ever make in their life, which is the real estate that they own. And you got these real estate agents running around out there telling them they don't need a lawyer, and that puts them at risk. So let's propose this law in the best interest of the public. Yeah. Has nothing to do with the attorney's best interest. In the best interest of the public, let's propose this law that would now require real estate agents to inform people that they have a right to hire a lawyer, so that they can't be telling people, oh, you don't need a lawyer. We have to have them say, you need to be advised that you have the right to hire one, because if you don't, it runs certain special risks, and that it's like a big fear-mongering document. And a politician bought onto it. They proposed it. They got it passed as law in New Jersey. And now we have the Opinion 26 notice. This is how this is why we have so many disclosures and forms like this. Okay. This is because an attorney did not want to be deprived of their money. For people who don't really need attorneys in real estate transactions unless a problem pops up. Well, now we have to inform them that you have the right to hire a lawyer, even though you don't need a lawyer. Okay. So, I wouldn't even tell people that they don't need a lawyer, because chances are the other side is going to have one now. And if you have one lawyer on one side and the other person doesn't have one, well, they could start using all kinds of trickery to take advantage and take advantage of somebody. So I just ask people, who's your real estate attorney going to be? Don't use a litigation attorney. Don't use certain kinds of attorneys. Use ones that specialize in real estate. If you notice, you're going to notice when you get in this business, real estate attorneys are more mild-mannered. They're not all gusto, hyped up, people always wanting to win. It's got to be my way. I got to win. I got to win. I got to win. Real estate attorneys know that in real estate law, it's not about winning and getting one over on someone else. It's about coming to a resolution that both parties find acceptable. Okay. So they're a lot more mild-mannered when it comes to it. You could see when somebody hires a litigation attorney to do a real estate transaction, these people are all hopped up, and they're like they're so quick to want to kill a transaction if they don't get the wording exactly the way that they want it, and they're like all overbearing. Okay. You'll see it in the industry. You'll be able to spot it a mile away. And I've had these types of attorneys in transactions because my client knew them or went to college with them or something. They became an attorney, so they hired them. And they hired this litigation attorney to handle a real estate transaction. So I call up the attorney and I faxed over the contract to him, and I called him up, and he was like, he's like, yeah, we got the contract. He's like, okay, I haven't done one of these in a while, but hey, we all do it. It's I got to pull out my old school books to get a refresher. And he's telling me this on the phone, and I was just like, oh, Jesus. There's also a lot of, listen, every attorney, to become an attorney, they have to take a real estate 101 class. And that's basically what he's telling me that he did. And that was his last experience with real estate. Other than that, he became a specialized attorney in litigation of certain cases. You got all kinds of different attorneys out there, but you want the right one working on this. It's like, do you want an orthopedic doctor doing brain surgery on you? It's certain, you got to get the specialist in to do the right job. All right. So anyway, let's move on. If a real estate broker is also licensed as an insurance broker, if offering to sell insurance to the client, they must confirm separately from the contract in writing, not less than 5 days from the closing of the title, that they want to get insurance from them, but are not obligated to. You see how I enhanced a little bit the definitions of what were in the book, and I put them all on this slide for all of these different topics. So this is actually a pretty good study guide. It has a lot of topics that there's going to be questions on your exams. Remember, you guys are taking 2 exams too, so I got to prepare you for a lot of questions because you're taking 2 separate exams, right? Everybody get their screenshots in, snap the photos of it, whatever. Okay. All right, so let's see what else we got here. So this is just a recap as well. But down here, broker business relationships. Any licensee involved in the sale of residential real estate for 1 to 4 families or single buildable lots, residential lots, or for transactions residential lease transactions for more than 125 days, because anything less than 125 days is considered a seasonal rental, is required to supply information on brokerage business relationships to buyers and sellers and landlords and tenants. According to 11.5, what is 11.5? Actually, if you keep reading, you'll see the New Jersey Administrative Code. But what is that? 11.5, the Administrative Code. What is that? Explain to me in your own words.
The rules that they've set that are not laws,
Who's they?
the Real Estate Commission.
There you go. Okay. These are the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. Okay. So in addition to disclosing the nature of the licensee's relationship to all parties involved in the transaction, both verbally as well as in written brokerage agreements, offers, contracts, and leases, the licensee has to provide a copy of the CIS. It's not CSI, that's a TV show. It's CIS. That's the Consumer Information Statement on New Jersey Business Relationships. And this is where there's been a huge overhaul in the law recently after that NAR lawsuit as well. There's been some changes because New Jersey also created a new type of agency recently. So some things in this book have been updated a bit, but they have since this book has been published, and this book is fairly new, but they're working on a rewrite on it already because a lot of laws have just recently been changed. So the CIS form, you could write here, CIS form page 46-47. Okay, so this is the Consumer Information Statement, and I'll also give you, there's a newer CIS form, and I have it in a shared Google Drive in the supplemental materials folder, but I'm also going to have it on this slideshow, and I'll be able to show it to you how they've changed it a bit. All right, now here is a section, a screenshot I took from our sales contracts, or it could be from the lease contract. It's written in both the sale and lease contract, that 3-day attorney review period blurb. Remember, they said is required to be in the contracts that we prepare. And this is what it says. There's 3 sections to it. There's the study by the attorney, the counting of time, and the notice of disapproval. So I made my little notes in here too. The buyer or seller could choose to have an attorney study this contract. If an attorney is consulted, the attorney must complete his or her review in the contract within the 3-day period, 3 business days. The contract will be legally binding at the end of the 3-day period unless an attorney for the buyer or seller reviews and disapproves the contract. Now, how do they count the 3 days? Well, you count 3 days from the date of delivery of the signed contract to the buyer and the seller. So the fully executed contract that's been signed by both parties. You do not count Saturdays, Sundays, or legal holidays. And the buyer and seller may agree in writing to extend the 3-day period for attorney review, or even halt it until the happening of a certain event. So that's what I wrote in here. Or extends the review period, or pauses it until the happening of a certain event. For instance, if a sale must be first approved by a judge or a lender, as with short sales, as one example. I'll explain what a short sale is in a second. Let me just get through this. And then number 3 is the notice of disapproval. So if an attorney for the buyer or seller reviews and disapproves of the contract, the attorney must notify the broker and the other party named in the contract within the 3-day period. Otherwise, this contract will be legally binding as it is written. The attorney must send the notice of disapproval to the brokers by fax, email, personal delivery, or overnight mail with proof of delivery. Notice by overnight mail will be effective upon its mailing. The personal delivery will be effective upon delivery to the broker's office. The attorney may also, but need not, inform the brokers of any suggested revisions in the contract that would make it satisfactorily. Okay, so this is why I always, and you should, this is advice I'm giving you, should always, if you're working with the buyer or the seller, have them tell their attorney to CC or carbon copy the real estate agents between all correspondence between attorneys during attorney review, so that we are aware of the changes that they make to the contract, because it's going to be important for us to be aware of what those changes are. Otherwise, you get some attorney with a stick up their butt, they're going to decide that they don't want to communicate with us, and I've had it happen before, and I don't know why they do it. Sometimes you'll find that you'll come across an attorney like this, that they're just not cooperative with the real estate agent that's working for the same client as they are. Go figure. So I always put out a letter when I send out the contract to the attorneys. I always have a cover letter on it too, asking them to please CC all the real estate agents and parties involved with all correspondence with attorney review. And I include the fax numbers and email addresses on a cover sheet. So I got everybody's names, fax, emails, phone numbers, everything in a cover sheet. And I show, okay, so this is the on the left side, that's the seller's people. This is the seller. This is their attorney. This is their real estate agent. And on this side, you have the buyer, their attorney, their real estate agent. And in the middle, I have the mortgage broker. Okay. So they have everybody's information on one cover sheet like that. Okay. It's, they're not going to do the research for you, or they're not going to do the research to figure out who these people are. So you taking a few minutes to fill out that cover sheet will make your life a lot easier. Okay. So here's the opinion 26 notice that needs to be that cover. Oh, by the way, I told you first before I mentioned here short sales. What is a short sale? Let me just give you a quick, brief explanation. A short sale is when an owner of a property currently owes more on the mortgage loan than the house is worth. If you owe more than the house is worth, you're going to have trouble selling the house and paying off the lender, right? So these are some situations where people usually end up in foreclosure unless the real estate agent reaches out to them and tells them, "Hey, I could help do away with your issues here." Most people, they stick their head in the sand when they start getting into financial difficulties. They start getting letters from attorneys and courts, and you're behind on your mortgage payments. I know I'm behind on my mortgage payments. The problem will go away. Don't worry, it'll fix itself eventually. And they put their heads in the sand and they hope the problem goes away, and it don't. Okay. But we as real estate agents, we could step in there and negotiate with their lender, the seller's lender, the owner's lender, that we could sell their property for less than what is currently owed to the lender, because that's what the current market value is of it. Okay. If they were to foreclose on you and then sell the property, they're not going to get any more. So it's in the lender's best interest to work with us in selling that owner's property and then accepting whatever money they get out of it as paid settled, and not chasing after them for any additional funds. So the lender is agreeing to get shortchanged on the sale. So that's what a short sale is. The seller's lender is getting shorted on what is owed to them. Okay, in a nutshell. All right. So the opinion 26 notice. I wrote here in red what this actually is, this form. The opinion 26 notice must be the cover page of any contract prepared by real estate licensees for the sale or lease, informing people they have a right to hire a lawyer, right? Remember I told you that story and I said it's kind of like a big fear-mongering document from these attorneys? Well, look, don't take my word for it. Well, this is the actual document. All right, now, it used to say opinion 26 notice, but sometime several years back, I seen that disappear. Now it just has the word notice up top. But try Googling the word notice and you'll get back 10 million different unrelated topics. You try searching on Google, opinion 26 notice, and you'll get a very specific New Jersey form that comes back, this one. So this is the actual form. It says to buyers and sellers. And when they say to buyers and sellers, that means respectively to landlords and tenants as well. Okie doke. It says the law requires real estate brokers to give you the following information before you sign this contract. It requires us to tell you that you must read it all before you sign. The purpose is to help you in this purchase or sale. Yeah, sure it is. Now, number one here, this section is the part that we call the disclosure of agency representation. So it says, as a real estate broker, I represent, you're going to check off one box. The seller, not the buyer, not the seller, both the seller and the buyer, or neither. Okay. So this just explains who your company is working with and how they're working with them. That's all. It says you will not get any legal advice unless you have your own lawyer. Ooh. Neither I or anyone from the title company can give legal advice to either the buyer or the seller. Unless the title company has an attorney on staff. Many do. If you do not hire a lawyer, no one will represent you in legal matters now or at closing. I'm scared. Neither I nor the title company will represent you in those matters. The contract is the most important part of the transaction. It determines your rights, your risks, and your obligations. In signing, it's a very big step. A lawyer would help your feeble minds better understand it and negotiate its terms. I know it doesn't say that exactly, but kind of does, right? So I told you guys, this is like a big fear-mongering document that you really need a lawyer. Now, the contract becomes final and binding unless the lawyer cancels it within the following 3 business days. And if you don't have a lawyer, you cannot change or cancel the contract. Can you read for me this next word right after that, somebody?
Unless the other party agrees.
Yes. So then you can change it without a lawyer, right? Unless the other party agrees. Well, look, you can't make changes to the contract even if you have a lawyer unless the other party agrees, right? I mean, what are we talking about here? So neither can the real estate broker nor the title insurance company change the contract. Yeah, well, you can't either as a lawyer. Another important service of a lawyer is to order survey and title report and other important reports. Hold the phone. Can the buyer order a survey or a title search themselves?
Yes.
Can a real estate agent do that for them?
Yeah.
Yes. So what are we talking about here? See, this is written by a lawyer, so they're trying to put themselves in the best light. You know, it's that big fear-mongering document that you really need a lawyer. So the lawyer will review them and help you resolve questions that may arise about the ownership and condition of the property. And these reports and a survey can cost you a lot of money, which they can. And a lawyer will also prepare the documents needed to close the title and represent you at closing. Okay. Let's do a little review, a little recap of this paragraph here. First of all, yes, surveys and title reports cost a lot of money. Attorneys like to give referrals to surveyors. They shouldn't be getting kickbacks on it, but who the hell knows? Maybe they're doing co-marketing. And title reports. One little hidden secret that in this industry is often the title companies that the attorneys are ordering the title insurance and title search from, they own them. The attorney owns their own title companies. No conflict of interest there. So a lawyer will help you also prepare the closing documents. Really? Usually the title company is doing this because attorneys, especially since there was a lot of changes during the Obama administration, he created this agency called the CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They took over a lot of duties and the documents that HUD had previously created, and they renamed them and they merged some, they changed them around. It was supposed to simplify it, make them easier to fill out, had the direct opposite effect. Okay, so attorneys just stopped doing it altogether and they put it on the title companies to fill them out. So this isn't entirely accurate anymore anyhow. Now, a buyer without a lawyer runs special risks. Only a lawyer can advise a buyer about what to do if problems arise concerning the purchase of the property. Yeah, that's right, because it's legal advice and we can't do that. Only an attorney can. So the problems may be about the seller's title, the size and shape of the property, or other matters that may affect the value of the property. If either the broker or the title company knows about the problems, they should tell you. Now, I sense some slander coming on from these attorneys, but they may not recognize the problem, see it from your point of view, or know what to do. Ordinarily, the broker and the title company have an interest in seeing the sales completed because only then do they usually receive their commissions. Son of a gun. They just slighted us in that form, didn't it? They're telling us like they're like telling the buyer and seller here that we have no morals, we have no ethical standards, that our best interest is only looking at our commissions. That's not right. So their interest may differ from yours. Now, whether you retain a lawyer, it's up to you. It's your decision. The purpose for this notice is to make sure that you have the information needed to make that decision. Oh yeah, from whose point of view? I just read this whole document to you guys. Who do you think that this is favoring or benefiting? I mean, it's making us look like buffoons, like our only best interest is our commission and we could care less about our clients, and that the attorneys are like these higher standard of morals. Right? Since when? Yeah. Anyway, this document is pretty interesting. The way that they have the signature lines set up. A lawyer set up these signature lines here, and it's pretty interesting because look, they have the seller's signature and date here, the selling broker and date, and the buyer's and they date. But who is the selling broker? It's the buyer's agent. Oh, they should have shifted that onto this signature onto this side. Why are they calling the buyer's agent, the buyer's broker, a selling broker? It's kind of confusing, isn't it? This is the only document that does this, that the attorney filled out, because it is the buyer who procured, it is the buyer's agent who procured the buyer, effectively selling the property. So therefore, the attorney is referring to them as the selling broker because they are the ones that brought the buyer. Okay. This is the only document that it's worded that way. But even on school exams, sometimes they may refer, you got to pay close attention. So they may sometimes refer to the buyer's agent as the selling broker because they're the one that procured the buyer and procured that sale. All right, so that was the Opinion 26 notice. Now let's talk a little bit more about that price fixing stuff. So as I told you, I'm not going to just read this all over again, but basically what I told you, when we find a buyer and they're interested in a for sale by owner property that was not listed with any real estate agent, so therefore the real estate agents, there was no real estate agent involved to give them all the required disclosures that we normally give sellers, especially the part talking about the commissions. So therefore, in our sales contracts, we have to add this paragraph, which I'll read that one more time, that says, as seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority or by any trade association or multiple listing service. In other words, we do not engage in the illegal practice known as price fixing. So it's an agreement, price fixing is an agreement between competing firms to establish an industry standard on commission rates charged to the public. It's prohibited by federal and state laws and by the Real Estate Commission. The Sherman Antitrust Act, that's on page 55 in Chapter 3, prohibits price fixing and something called allocation of markets. It's basically when you divide the market share with the competitors. You say, hey, we're going to get all the listings on this side of Main Street, and you guys get everything on that side of Main Street. Or it could be by price. Our office is going to get all the listings above 400,000, and your office will get everything below 400,000. And if both of these offices agree to these terms, well, that's allocating markets. Okay, you're splitting up the market with the competition. Well, that's not competing. Competing is trying to get all the business, right, from your competitors. That's competing. So it's prohibited by the Real Estate Commission as well. Now, check out the fines on this. Violating the Sherman Antitrust Act is considered a misdemeanor crime, a misdemeanor, punishable by a maximum $1 million and up to 10 years in prison. That's a hell of a misdemeanor. You know, you see some rapists don't even get that kind of term. And penalties can be higher for corporations and trade groups, upwards of $100 million or more. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, man, there was something recently in the news that the Sherman Antitrust Act was dealing with. I'm not sure if it had to do with Google or some other big social media company. They were buying up competitors and taking their products and maybe putting it into theirs, integrating it into theirs, or because they had a similar product, they would buy up their company and then just shut it down. That's basically anti-competition. You know, the FTC should be on that stuff. But I told you Standard Oil was broken up with the Sherman Antitrust Act. It does not just cover real estate. It covers all businesses, any business that engages in anti-competitive behavior. Look, have you guys heard of the Great Chicken Conspiracy? The Great Broiled Chicken Conspiracy? That's what I'm calling it anyway. During the end of the first Trump administration, his Department of Justice found out that a lot of the major chicken manufacturers here in the United States were colluding with each other, working with each other, to set an industry standard on pricing for their broiled chicken products that they sold to Costco and KFC and you know all those other fast food chicken chains and such. They were artificially holding the prices up higher, all of them. And so they found out about this. Now, the Department of Justice got on it, but you guys know what happened shortly after that. There was an election, and then, you know, January 6th, and then they put all the investigators, they rerouted them to trying to go after people that attended the January 6th event there. So they kind of dropped the ball on any further investigations on this. However, they were able to get one before the end of his presidency and the change of office there. They were able to get one of the chicken manufacturers to admit guilt. And they paid $107 million fine. That's something. But imagine all the other chicken manufacturers, they were like, you know, this is the end of your term. We know you're not going to get reelected. Go ahead. It's up to you to prove us wrong. We're not going to admit to anything. And I guess those guys were right because look what happened. We had to change the presidency, then Biden won, and then they took all the investigators off of that case, and still to this day, boom, nothing, not a single additional fine or penalty for any of those other chicken manufacturers came about. They dropped it like a hot potato. But that's interesting. And for years, they were artificially holding the chicken prices up higher. That's why the chicken prices have dropped a bit after this investigation. All right. So that's the Sherman Antitrust Act. Here's on page 55. If you like, you could turn there temporarily so that we could do some highlights in chapter 3 here on page 55. Sherman Antitrust Act was passed in 1890 to encourage competition and to prevent certain anti-competitive mergers. Fixed prices, divided markets, and rigged bids in auctions. The Federal Trade Commission Act created the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, and the Clayton Act addresses mergers and monopolies. Okay? So they were actually using this because I'm going to bring it up again. You guys should really watch it. Is anybody here into history and watching those shows about like, history about America and interesting stuff like that? You know, how the railroad industry came about, or the oil industry, or the electric industry, steel, manufacturing, high rises, how they built all these things in this new country, this new world that we found, right? Well, there is this documentary. It's like a 7 or 10 part documentary all about. It's called. I've seen a couple variations of it with different names. I've seen it called the Men Who Made America or the Titans of Industry. Um, some of them are released through the History Channel and some through I forget another one of those. Anyway, in our class links Word documents and note document there, the one that I have all the notes and links from the class, I actually have a list of movies and documentaries and all kinds of goodies like that, which I'm trying to find. Give me 1 second here. Yeah. So you guys got these notes highlighted? Yep. Okay.
Yes.
So let me go back to that class links Word document. You guys see it here? This is that one I have in a shared Google Drive. It's called new class links and notes. And I got to upload your recordings. I got them on my computer, and I'll start that playlist for you guys. But if we scroll down here, I'm not going to scroll down that far. Instead, I'm just going to search the document for movies. There we go. I'm just going to search for the word movies. Nope, not that movie. There we go. Movies. So you see movies, documentaries, TV shows, real estate related that I mentioned in this class. There's that one, The Men Who Built America. It's by the History Channel, The Men Who Built America. And then you have another one called American Dynasty. So yeah, I guess a couple variations of these. So I have the links here where you could actually watch them, but you can watch them on Tubi TV. You could watch them on Amazon. You could watch them, I'm sure, online here too. Let me click on one of these and open it up, show you. So look, here's one, The Men Who Built America. It's from 2012, this season 1 documentary here. It goes over a lot of interesting things about look at this. They're talking about the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers, kerosene being used to keep America lit up after dark. Before we started getting before we had electricity, they used kerosene for lighting, in the lamps, kerosene lamps. And then it turned into, they refined it a little more and they turned it into oil, I'm sorry, they turned it into gasoline. And then we've had these motor vehicles that Ford created, right? And they started growing the country with these different forms of transportation. But before that, we only had the railroad industry. And whoever ruled the railroad industry, was in power for moving the goods, and they had a monopoly on establishing other areas for businesses. So they could make a lot of money by being very dubious. And you had these super wealthy people that just got richer and richer and richer. The Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, Carnegie. Let me see. It's a real interesting story here. The Carnegie, Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, let me see, which still is around. His company's the only one that's, I think, still around, the J.P. Morgan Chase, right? J.P. Morgan Chase company, right? And this goes over a lot of stuff. Okay, here's the one where Rockefeller's company, Standard Oil, is the first company to be crushed by Roosevelt's new regulations designed to prevent monopolies, basically, which was what? What legislation, what law was created to prevent monopolies and anti-competition? Just taught you about it.
Antitrust law.
Sherman Antitrust.
The Sherman Antitrust Act, correct, which made what illegal?
Fixing.
Price fixing and allocation of markets. Okay, and bid rigging as well. We shouldn't forget that one as well. But anyway, these are some interesting things. You guys can watch them on YouTube. You could watch them on your, Amazon TV, whatever. I just want to show you. I have these links available for you about these documentaries I show you that are really interesting if you're into history. These are some really interesting ones that show you how the country was built up. If you're really interested in our country's history too, here's some great ones from Historic Battles for America by Kelsey Grammer and Brian Kilmeade. That's available on Fox Business Channel or Roku. You may be able to find it online here too, actually, even on Tubi TV. Really interesting stuff. As you can see, I got a lot of movies in here that I mentioned, movies and documentaries and TV shows like Bar Rescue, Alaskan Gold Rush, that will fit into this lesson that I'm teaching you. It's a breakaway from the constant teaching. I could show you some of these TV shows that you probably find popular on TV, and you could reference them and get some good information out of them. This guy used to be really good. I can't find his stuff anywhere anymore, though. Bob Massey, he died a couple of years ago. He was this real estate attorney with this crazy hair out in Florida and in Las Vegas. And he covered a lot of good explanations showing real world examples of stuff. I tried reaching out to his family, but never got any response about using his materials and getting a hold of his videos there so that we could use them in class here, because they were really, really great examples for like adverse possession and such. Instead, I'm hunting around for my own now. All right, so let's go back to the slideshows. So, price fixing, illegal price fixing occurs when brokers conspire to set prices for the services they perform rather than letting those prices be established through competition in the open market. So, what's the advice that we give to real estate agents? Real estate licensees must immediately disassociate themselves from the slightest discussion of commissions rates with any member of a competing firm. You will get questions on exams where you need to understand what price fixing is, what the Sherman Antitrust Act is. They may not even use them by name, but you need to be able to recognize that this practice is illegal, what it is that they explain. You'll also need to be familiarized with the names too, because price fixing you'll see. And look, you could even get an example. You get a question like this on exams. Real estate agent, two licensees who are friends but work for different firms. One works for agency A and another works for agency B. So the licensee that works for agency A was asking the licensee from agency B questions about how they get their clients to pay the fees they charge for the services they perform. What should licensee B do? Call the police? Report them to the real estate commission? Report them to their broker? Or walk away? And yes, those questions do get very wordy like that, long-winded. I'm sorry, Matthew.
Walk away.
Walk away. If you walk away, there's no problem, right? You don't engage in the conversation. Now, if I just ordered a steak, I ain't walking anywhere. I'll be like, come on, you know better. We can't be talking about this stuff, you know? But yeah, that would be the correct answer for the exams. Correct. So allocation of customers or markets involves an agreement between brokers to divide their market and refrain from competing with each other's business. For example, allocations could take place on a geographic basis, with brokers agreeing to specific territories within the areas that they operate exclusively. Now, within your own company, that's fine. You could have your agency, your broker could assign territories to agents. Now, they usually don't do this anymore, but they can provide, assign territories to agents within that brokerage, and that's perfectly legal and fine. But it's when different competing brokerages are dividing the market share with each other like that. That's where the problem ensues. So the division can also take place along other lines. Like the brokers agree that one handles residential properties less than 250,000 in value and the other above. Bid rigging is also prohibited. In 2018, 5 California real estate investors were sentenced for their roles in a conspiracy to rig bids in public real estate foreclosure auctions. I don't know why they had to go all the way to California for this book, which is written for New Jersey, because I could give you an example where this happened right in Edison, where a broker lost their license for doing this. Well, that brokerage is still in business. His brothers that have their broker's licenses just took over the business, so they're still, in business. But that broker, he was always in charge. He always ended up getting these foreclosure listings, and he was in charge working for the banks to putting bids at these foreclosure auctions. So it turned out he was involved in rig bidding too. So he ended up losing his license over that. So their sentences include up to 6 months, 6 months in prison, years of supervised release, and criminal fines ranging from $500,000 to $1.2 million. 9 real estate investors in Mississippi were sentenced for similar crimes in 2019. Individual firms, however, established their own fee schedules and allocate sales territories between salespeople. Violations only occur when competing firms agree to act together in these matters, and they collude with each other. So as I said, penalties can be severe, including criminal penalties up to $100 million or more for a corporation, and up to $1 million for an individual, and up to 10 years in prison. The FTC created the Federal Trade Commission, or the Federal Trade Commission Act created the FTC. The Clayton Act addresses mergers and monopolies. And under the Sherman Antitrust Act, people who fix prices or allocate markets could be found guilty of a misdemeanor crime punishable by a maximum $1 million and up to 10 years in prison. Hell of a misdemeanor. So if in a civil suit a person has suffered a loss because of these activities, they may recover up to triple the damages of the actual cost plus the attorney's fees and other costs. You know what? Even though the Biden administration's Department of Justice dropped the whole case on the Great Chicken Conspiracy, if you guys wanted to, you could start your own civil lawsuit for damages if you bought chicken and were negatively affected by the prices of broiler chicken products that were artificially held higher due to these chicken companies' actions. Just throwing that out there. This is how these class action lawsuits come about. People see an opportunity and then they sue and they make money. They get paid. So maybe there could be some sort of a consequence for, Purdue and all these other chicken companies that were engaging in this. Allegedly, let me not put myself out there for a lawsuit because I mentioned the name of a company. I don't want to get sued. Okay. Myself. That's how they come about. All right, so business agency relationships, back to page 19. Okay, so we have agents that could work exclusively only with buyers as their principal. We could have disclosed dual agents, which represent both the buyer and the seller in a real estate transaction. So we could have those that work only with the buyer, those that work only with the seller, those that work with both the buyer and the seller. However, those that are working with both the buyer and the seller in a real estate transaction, there's nothing wrong with that. It's called dual agency. There's nothing wrong with dual agency as long as it's disclosed and the parties are aware that you're representing both parties in the transaction. Okay. If you were a seller or a buyer, you may be fine with your real estate agent representing both parties in the transaction, but you would want to know about it, wouldn't you? Not knowing about it is illegal. So the real estate agent who is representing both parties in the transaction has to get the written informed consent to dual agency to act in this capacity as a dual agent. Okay. There are 4 versions of this form, one for a seller, one for a buyer, one for a landlord, one for a tenant. There's a separate form that each one signs. They don't sign the same document for the same transaction. So that's the written informed consent to dual agency. Now, just to clarify things, what a dual agency is, it is when the company, your agency, is representing both parties in the transaction, not necessarily you as an individual agent. Okay. Don't think of yourself as an individual when it comes to these broker business relationships, and you'll understand it a lot better. Think of yourself as the broker's big toe. All right. You're the broker's big toe. The big toe cannot get around without being attached to the broker, right? You can't get your license without being attached to the broker, right? So the big toe can't get it around without being attached to the broker. Now, the broker, however, can get around without you. It's just that they'll be hobbling around a little bit, okay? It's easier when you're working with them and helping them and working with them. So you are part of that agency. And if one of the broker's agents is working with the seller and another one of that same broker's agents is working with the buyer, and that buyer was introduced to that seller and they're made an offer on that property, both of the agents, the buyer's agent and seller's agent, working for the same company, this is dual agency. It's not necessarily you as an agent, an individual, have to be working with both the seller and the buyer. That is dual agency. But it's also dual agency if you are working with the seller and maybe another agent within that same office is working with the buyer. It's still dual agency. Okay?
Can you define dual agency in simpler terms, please?
Much simpler than that, I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so I want to sell my house, and I come to you, and you list it. You list it for sale. You advertise it, and a buyer contacts you, and you show them the property. They're interested. They want to buy it, and they have you put a contract together to purchase it. You are representing both the seller and the buyer. You're working with both the seller and the buyer. So you're a dual agent. You need to let them know that you're working with the seller as well. I mean, it may be common sense because it's so obvious. It's your listing. They contacted you for it. They should know that you're already representing the seller, right? But we need to spell these things out for the public. We cannot assume anything, right? So that's dual agency. So you need to get the written permission from the seller as well as from the buyer to work as a dual agent. I usually get the written permission from the seller at the time I get a listing. I say, hey, listen, I'm going to be advertising this property, and I may get buyers that come in that maybe I introduced to your property. So then I would be representing you and that buyer. But then again, it may not be me. It could be another agent within my brokerage firm. they could introduce the buyer. It's still our same company because we work for the same agency. We're under the same agency umbrella, right? So we work under the same roof there. So our agency is representing both parties in the transaction. So that's dual agency as well. Okay.
Thank
So
you.
it's dual agency if you're working with both, or even if you're not, if two agents within the same company are, it's still dual agency. And it needs to be disclosed, and you need to get the written permission to work in that capacity. Okay. And then there's something called a transaction broker. There's nothing in the law that says you need to represent somebody in an agency capacity. So a transaction broker is just, they act as the manager of the transaction without actually representing anybody in the capacity of an agent. What do I mean by that? Listen to the words: buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agent, transaction broker. Okay. The word agent's not there. So what does that mean? Well, when you work as an agent, you owe certain legal responsibilities to the person you're representing. Okay. We call these fiduciary duties. Now, since this book was written, there's a new type of agency that was also introduced, and I have it added here to the bottom of the slideshow. It's called designated agency, where similar to dual agency, where you could be working with, well, dual agency, let's look at it from the way where you were only working with the seller and another agent in your office was working with the buyer. It's still dual agency because your company is representing both parties in the transaction. But this new type of agency called designated agency, your broker could assign one of their agents to work with the seller exclusively and one of their agents to work with the buyer exclusively. So they would work as a buyer's agent and the other as a seller's agent, and the broker would be still a dual agent because it's their company and both of their agents are representing both parties in the transaction. So, but they call this designated agency. So when a broker assigns one agent within their company to represent the seller or the buyer and another to represent the other party, as long as they do not share privileged information entrusted to them by their clients, designated agency is allowed. The designated agency must be in writing, just like the dual agency. So it's different from dual agency, though, where one agent could represent both. Designated agents cannot represent both. You can't have one agent that represents both the seller and the buyer. You could have two agents within the same office, though, one working exclusively with the seller, one working exclusively with the buyer, and they've been designated to work only with those agents and not share information. Okay, that's designated agency. So the buyer and this, so the seller and the buyer in the same transaction, they must not place one client's interest above the other, and they must keep confidential any information their clients share with them. Actually, you have to do that with dual agency as well. So I don't know why the state of New Jersey's allowing the designated agency. I guess it's okay. But they got dual agency and designated agency as well. So now we have buyer's agency only, seller's agency only, disclosed dual agency, and designated agency. That's the new type of agency. And then a transaction broker. That's a business relationship, but not an agency relationship. Okay. So when working exclusively with buyers, I always suggested to agents that took this class to have that buyer sign an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. Okay. When you think of business relationships, you could equate them to easier understand them easier. I like to equate them to personal relationships. Okay. Wouldn't it be great if you could enter into a relationship with somebody and then sign a contract that if they were not exclusive to you, that there were consequences that they would have to pay? Okay. It's the same type of thing in a business relationship here. That's what the exclusive buyer's agency agreement is. You have them put in writing whether they're already married or not, married to another agent. Okay. You see what I'm doing with the little play on relationships here, personal relationships versus business relationships? Okay, well, the law now requires all of us to enter into brokerage service agreements, to sign a brokerage service agreement with the person you're working with. Otherwise, you cannot force them to pay you a commission. You're not legally entitled to it. This is a new document that we have called a brokerage service agreement. Okay. You could include the exclusive buyer's agency agreement into a exclusive the brokerage service agreement, just like you could include a listing agreement into the brokerage service agreement. The brokerage service agreement specifically states who you're working for, in what capacity, who's paying the commission, how much that commission is, and is it allowed to be shared between agencies. Because that whole NAR lawsuit was based on the opportunity that someone saw to have a class action lawsuit, giving an implication that in some regions, but they gave the implication that this happens everywhere, which it did not happen in New Jersey, where real estate agents would get listings. We negotiate with the seller for the commission that they're going to pay us to sell their house. And then we split that commission, offering half of it to whichever agency brings the buyer in. Right? Now, you could get the buyer and get the whole commission and represent both parties, but you could also get another agency and you're splitting the commission with them. So this person saw an opportunity to do a class action lawsuit and say, wait a minute, I don't want to pay the buyer's commission. Why do I got to pay the buyer's commission? Well, you're not. You're paying my commission, but I'm splitting it with them. But I don't give you that authority, that permission to split it with anybody. And that's where this whole lawsuit came about. But in New Jersey, we always spelled out in our listings the total commission and how it was being split, how it was being shared. Now we have to get the owner's permission to share it. So basically, even after they agree to pay us a commission, if we want to split that with someone to entice buyers to come in, we got to get their permission to do it. Okay. We always disclosed it, but now we need their permission to do it. So if they say no, now that buyer that comes in has to pay their own agent's commission. Does that make it more expensive for buyers to purchase a home? Now that they have to pay their own agent's commission, where previously buyers' agents got the commission from the seller. So now the buyer's agents have to get the money from the buyer. So the buyer has to come up with the money for the down payment to purchase the property when they get a mortgage loan. And they also have to have the agent's commission if the seller is not agreeing to allow the seller's agent to split their commission with us. It's kind of silly. They're shooting themselves in the foot by doing that.
How do you know from one side to the other if the buyer has agreed to pay that?
Well, it's another good question, because the MLSs were also sued in this NAR lawsuit because they put the commissioned amounts that were not visible to the public, but they were visible to other agents. When we pull up listings, we could see how much they were offering for commission splits. Okay. And now they've removed that information. You can't see it anymore in the MLS. Every MLS pulled off. You cannot see what the commission is. So how do you find out?
Yeah,
Well,
how do you find out if the buyer, has agreed to?
Well, let's just discuss that instead of me telling you. Let's discuss this. If the MLS does not disclose it now because they're afraid of the lawsuits that came about because of this, because of the nonsense lawsuit that it is, and agents are not publicizing it, how would you find out if they're willing to pay or share a commission? Testing your communication skills here.
Wouldn't you just ask him, or wouldn't it be a broker?
No. You got to call up the listing agent and ask them. Doesn't that seem like a major pain in the ass? Kind of defeats the purpose. Isn't that the whole purpose of the MLS, to share all this information? But now, because of these lawsuits, they're scared and they wipe this information from it. So now we have to, if we got a buyer, every property that they're interested in, we got to call the listing agent and say, is the seller sharing a commission at all, or paying a commission? Are they offering a commission? If not, you need to get that money. You need to have a discussion with the buyer you're working with and say, yeah, if you want to buy this property, you need to pay my commission. Well, you could do that in the brokerage service agreement, that contract, where it'll spell out how much commission that they're going to pay. So you should actually have that conversation with them before you ever start showing them homes. You do a little coaching, getting them pre-qualified for a mortgage loan with a mortgage rep, and you have that conversation. Hey, because of this whole NAR lawsuit stuff, the typical way of doing business can still happen, but it depends on the seller, where they would pay the commission to their agent, and then their agent would split that commission with any buyers and buyers agents that bring in a buyer. But they don't have to. And if they don't offer it, well, then you have to pay the commission. And the minimum commission I'm willing to work for is X amount, which you need to state on that contract. So if they're offering a commission, but it's not at least this amount, then you need to make up the difference, because there's a minimum I work for. And if they're not offering any commission, you need to pay that whole amount. Yes. So it just got a little more uncomfortable for you. You have to actually talk about the money that they have to pay you to work for them.
I know it's cutting to above, but what is the average New Jersey commission? Like, just in general.
In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. I ain't touching that with a 10,000-foot pole. You know, that could be, well, you guys aren't licensed yet. So once you are licensed, if I entered into that conversation with you, that could be price fixing. That could be construed as price fixing. Agents should immediately disassociate themselves immediately from the slightest discussion with agents from competing firms, but you guys are not agents yet, so I can have that conversation with you, but there is no standard. Okay. Now, as far as averages go, what do you think the average is?
2%.
Didn't the guy yesterday in the video say 2.5 is usually?
The average, well, the total commissions on a property, if you were going to collect the total commission that could be split between the agencies, the average is 5.5% per listing fee. Okay. Now, how that gets split between the two agencies is, it's usually half, but whatever the listing agent agrees on with the owner. But yeah, if you're going to have just your client pay, like the guy in that video yesterday, you could be working strictly with a seller or strictly with a buyer, and have them pay 2.5%, 2.5%, though, that's 5% total. Okay. The average total listing, though, is 5.5% these days. That's the average. Okay. If you were to take a poll, it's not the standard, because all commissions are negotiable. Let me stress that. Okay. As a matter of fact, we didn't even get to it yet. We will in this chapter, though. If you mention a commission fee, rate, or amount in an advertisement, you must also put a disclosure in that advertisement that says, in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. What does that statement say? That statement is saying that we do not engage in an illegal practice known as
Price fixing.
Price fixing.
price fixing. You are paying attention. Great. Okay, so let's see, page 20. Continuing here. Okay, so this is continuing from reading the transaction broker part. Licensees in New Jersey have the option of functioning as a transaction broker without creating any agency relationship of any parties in the transaction. The CIS, the Consumer Information Statement for the Commission's definition of these terms, it's like a definition sheet, the CIS form. It's the different types of business relationships. It explains the different ways that your real estate agent can work with you. As a buyer's agent only, seller's agent only, disclosed dual agent, designated agent, or transaction broker. Okay, that's all it is. Where you check off, or actually you don't even check it off. There's no checkbox in them anymore, but it just explains the different ways you could work with somebody. I guess you could tweak the form a little bit and put a checkbox on it again the way it used to be. That says, as of now, I intend to work with you as a, and then check that off. Now, that's the way the old one used to be. So transaction brokers are under the same obligation to make a reasonable effort to ascertain material information on the physical condition of properties and to disclose to the parties in the transaction what such effort would have revealed. Under certain unusual circumstances, a broker may act as an agent for one party, representing them as an agent, and as a transaction broker, not representing them in the other. Or that could be done when the one party refuses to work as a dual agent. Be like, okay, well, then I won't represent you in a transaction, but I could still work with you as a manager of the transaction, doing everything that an agent normally would. I just don't owe those legal fiduciary obligations to you, which I don't see how that's in your benefit. You know, it's in your benefit if I am bound by certain legal obligations to you. Now, you don't want to work with me as an agent. You want me to represent you as a transaction broker. To me, I think that's just stupid, because now I don't have these legal obligations to you anymore, but I still have them to the other party, right? It doesn't make much sense, but hey, sometimes people don't make sense. That's what it is. So a new type of agency is now available called designated agency, where a broker assigns an agent to work as a buyer's agent only and another to work as a seller's agent only, both working under the same broker who will act as a dual agent because they're both their agents, right? And the broker has privileged information about both parties. But in this case, one agent does not work with both the seller and the buyer when you're working as a designated agent. You cannot have one agent working with the seller and the buyer like you can with dual agency. Designated agent, you are designated and assigned to work strictly with the seller or the buyer by your broker. That's wherein the difference lies. Okay. So the CIS, the Consumer Information Statement, there's a version of this on page 46 and 47, but that's the older version. A newer version has come out, and I have the links to it right here in the shared Google Drive. I think I have it coming up on the slides, but let me click on it here, and I could share this newer version form with you in the chat window. Where is my chat window? Boom. There you go. This is the new, that's the new CIS form. The new CIS form. There you go. I'll send it out again with that title so you can copy and paste it if you need to keep it in your own notes. All right, so this is the new CIS form. Consumer Information Statement on New Jersey Real Estate Relationships. If you print this out, if you decide you want to change anything, you cannot change the wording of it, but if you decide to make any changes, put checkbox or whatever you can do, whatever kind of changes you're going to do to it, the font size, the law requires that the font size be a minimum 12-point font size. If you make it any smaller, you open yourself up to lawsuits. Okay, so all this document is, like, it's nothing fancy. It's just a bunch of words, not even formatted very nice anymore, right? This used to be a 2-page document, right? 2-sided. So if you printed it on legal size paper, you could fold it as a brochure, and now it could be you could have a blank front and a blank back that you could customize with your own picture and contact information, your company's logo, etc. Now you do that, you only get one extra side because it's now a 3-page document. Okay. Obviously, you need to reformat the layout in order to fold it up as a brochure now because of the way this document is. On the last page, it's got these signature lines. Previously, you just needed to give it to someone. Now you need them to sign it. But previously, I'd get them to sign it anyway and keep a copy and give them a copy. And all it is a definition sheet. Look, I don't know if I should go over this yet. Let me take a look at our slideshow. Let me take a look and see if this is coming up in this chapter. Well, we definitely do get into it a little bit more, but all right, let me take a look really quick. Let me pause this recording for a second. I want to see if we go over this in detail in chapter 3. If we do, I'll skip over it here right now in chapter 2. Okay, so this is the CIS, the Consumer Information Statement on New Jersey Relationships. This is the same document you're actually going to be giving to anybody you intend to do business with. It's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with. Now, what is this document? All it is a disclosure of business relationships. So let's read through it. Let's actually go through the document. It says New Jersey real estate law requires real estate licensees to disclose how they intend to work with buyers and sellers in a real estate transaction. This information statement is intended to assist you in making informed decisions regarding your relationship with a real estate broker and its sales agents. In rental transactions, the terms buyers and sellers should be used respectively as tenants and landlords. So a seller's agent or sub-agent represents the seller and will disclose all material information supplied by the buyer to the seller. So basically, if you're a seller's agent and you find out any information about the buyer, you have a fiduciary legal obligation to go back and report it to the seller, like that the buyer is willing to pay more or something along those lines. Now, a buyer's agent represents the buyer and will disclose all material information supplied by the seller to the buyer. Or if they find out any information like the seller is willing to accept less, they have a duty to go back and report it to them. A disclosed dual agent represents both parties and may not, without the express permission, disclose that the seller is willing to accept a price less than the listing price or that the buyer will pay a price greater than the offered price. You need to remain neutral. You can't place one party's interest above the other when you're representing both parties in a transaction. You can't play favorites. Does that make sense? A transaction broker, they don't represent either the buyer or the seller. All information acquired from one party may be disclosed to the other because they don't represent anybody legally in the transaction. They're just acting as the manager of the transaction, and they'll do whatever it takes to make the deal happen because that's what they're hired to do. Now, even though they say they can't put one party's interest above the other, basically, if you tell them something in confidence, they could go blab it to the other side. So I don't know how that's not putting one party's interest above the other just to make a deal happen. So go figure with that one. So designated agent has the same duties to the principal as a landlord or a buyer's agent. However, the brokerage firm the designated agent is affiliated with acts as a disclosed dual agent. The firm does, but the individual agent will represent the buyer only or the seller only, depending on how they were assigned or designated by their broker to represent. So, before you disclose confidential information to a real estate licensee regarding a real estate transaction, you should understand what type of business relationship you have with the real estate licensee. There's 5 business relationships: the seller's agent, the buyer's agent, a disclosed dual agent, the new designated agency type, and a transaction broker. So each of these relationships imposes certain legal duties and responsibilities on the licensee as well as the seller or buyer represented. Well, basically any of the ones that end in the word agent, they owe legal responsibilities to those they're working with, which we call our clients. They're called fiduciary duties or fiduciary responsibilities. And we're going to learn about them deeply in chapter 3, the next chapter. But a transaction broker doesn't owe fiduciary duties to anybody. All they have to do is they owe fair and honest dealing. But they need to treat everybody fairly. They can't lie to them, and they need to be honest. But they don't have any of those other legal fiduciary responsibilities that anybody working in the capacity of an agent would have, which, once again, we're going to learn about all those fiduciary duties in the next chapter. So please read carefully before making your choice. So let's take a look. Let's read about these different types of relationships, shall we? Let's start off with the seller's agent. Seller's agent works only for the seller to secure a buyer for the seller's home at a price and on the terms that are acceptable to the seller. The seller's agent is solely responsible for the interest of the seller, as well as the legal obligations called fiduciary duties to the seller. These duties include, without limitation, okay, here are your fiduciary duties. I'm going to give you an acronym to remember: COLD: care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. Loyalty includes confidentiality. Anything they tell you in confidence, you need to be loyal to their interests. You got to keep your mouth shut. Okay. And disclosure: anything you find out, you have also referred to as notice, you have to go back and notify your client about. So the seller's agent often works with the buyers, but they do not represent the buyers. In working with buyers or their representatives, the seller's agent must act honestly and treat all parties in the transaction fairly. A seller's agent may not make any misrepresentations to either party on the matters material to the transaction, such as the buyer's financial ability to pay. And they must disclose the defects of a material nature affecting the physical condition of a property, which a reasonable inspection by the agent would uncover. A seller's agent includes all persons licensed with the brokerage firm, which has been authorized through a listing agreement to work strictly as a seller's agent only. In addition, other brokerage firms may accept an offer to work with the listing broker's firm as a seller's agent, an outside company. In such cases, those firms or persons are referred to as subagents. An agent of an agent is a subagent. You're working under them, both representing the same client, but from different companies. Okay. So the seller's agent, the sellers who do not desire to have their properties marketed through subagency should inform their seller's agent that they don't want that type of relationship, because we have little control over what the other agency, who the seller never signed any contracts or agreements with, does and how they represent the seller. So they could put that seller at risk depending on how they're advertising the property or the interest of the seller. Now, buyer's agent, on the other hand, works solely with the buyer, and their interests lie in representing the buyer's interest only. Okay, and they have those same fiduciary duties: COLD: care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure, just like a seller's agent has to their client. Buyer's agents often work with sellers, but they don't represent them. In working with the sellers of their sellers or their representatives, a buyer's agent must act honestly and treat all parties in the transaction fairly. A buyer's agent may not make any misrepresentations on matters material to the transaction, such as that buyer's financial ability to pay. You got to be honest. You're going to be asking a seller to take their property off of the market because you're going to make an offer to purchase it. If you can't qualify for the loan to purchase it, you got to be honest with them and let them know we're having trouble getting qualified for the loan to buy your house. This way, they could get out of the deal and put the property back on the market to try to find another buyer. Okay, you cannot be lying to them. You got to treat them honestly. It's just like you would expect a seller to disclose all the material information about their property. You know, material information is not necessarily something negative. It could be how many bedrooms and how many bathrooms, but it could also include any improvements that were done or any known issues with the property. All of that stuff is material information that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. So therefore, it's material in nature. Likewise, material information to a seller about the buyer would be their financial ability to pay. Make sense? Okay, so buyer's agents include all persons licensed with the brokerage firm, which have been authorized through the brokerage services agreement to work as the buyer's agent. Now we have designated dual agency, or I'm sorry, disclosed dual agency, where a dual agent represents both the buyer and the seller in the transaction. It could be one individual agent in the firm that works with both the seller and the buyer. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as it's disclosed to the seller and the buyer that you're doing this, and they both give you written consent, written permission to do so. That's why they call it informed consent to dual agency. There's nothing wrong with dual agency as long as it's disclosed. Undisclosed dual agency, however, is illegal. It's illegal to represent both parties in the transaction without both parties being aware of and giving you permission to represent both parties in the transaction. Follow? Now, dual agency could be that one agent that's working with the seller and the buyer, or it could be two agents in the same brokerage firm, one working with the seller, one working with the buyer, both working under the same brokerage. So therefore, the agency is working as a disclosed dual agent. So even though you're one agent and you're not working with both the seller and the buyer, it could still be considered dual agency. Unless, so dual agents, you know, you need to keep everything confidential. If your client tells you something in confidence, you cannot go blabbing it to the other side because you're representing both parties in the transaction. Okay. Or you have the two agents within the same firm sharing the information, but they can't be sharing that information with their clients because that was told in confidence. Okay. So you cannot advise or counsel either party on how to gain an advantage over the other because that would be playing favorites, and you can't do that. You have to treat everybody fairly and honestly, and any confidential information that was shared with you, keep your mouth shut about. If you're not good at keeping secrets, don't work as a dual agent. All right, such information includes the highest price that a party is willing to pay or the lowest price a seller is willing to accept. So disclosed dual agents must carefully explain to each party that in addition to working as their agent, their firm will also be representing the other party in the transaction. So you got to explain how this affects their fiduciary duties. And the only way that it does, it says here that the seller is forfeiting their right to undivided loyalty. Yeah, because you're representing both parties in the transaction. However, nobody's gaining an advantage unless an agent violated their fiduciary duties. So some people think that if I work with somebody as a dual agent, I'm losing out on something. No, you're not. The only way you would lose out is if you had two separate buyer agent and a seller agent, and one of them said something, they violated their fiduciary duties and said something to the other agent that they shouldn't have. And then that agent who learned that information has an obligation to go back to their client and inform them about that privileged information that they've learned that other agent shouldn't have disclosed. Okay, so it's only when somebody does something wrong that they may gain an advantage. Okay, which agents should not be doing something wrong. So, in the absence of designated agency, disclosed dual agents include all persons licensed through the brokerage firm, which has been authorized through a brokerage service agreement to work with both parties as disclosed dual agents. Buyers and sellers should carefully consider the consequences of dual agency before agreeing to such representations. Now we have designated agency. Designated agency is when you have two agents from the same brokerage firm, one working with the seller, one working with the buyer, just like with a dual agency. However, the brokers told the one that's working with the seller, you are strictly only to be working with the seller and should not be trying to get information from the buyer's agent about confidential information. You should not be sharing any information with them, and they should not be sharing information with you, because you've been assigned strictly to work with the seller. You've been assigned to be working strictly with the buyer. Two different agents working with this, one with the seller, one with the buyer, and representing them only, and not trying to get information to share that would gain an advantage one over the other. Okay, they've been designated, but the broker is aware of what's going on in their firm with both parties, so the broker is still acting as a dual agent, even though their individual agents are working strictly as a seller's agent or a buyer's agent, because they've been designated that way. Designated just means they've been assigned that way, who to represent by their broker. Okay. Okay, so transaction broker, they don't represent anybody. And how do you choose which type of relationship you're going to work with? It's a checkbox. That's all it is. Checkbox on a form. This is the way I'm going to be working with you. Well, or a brokerage service agreement. You write it out on there, how you're representing somebody and what your duties are to the buyer or seller and what their duties are to you. That's what this brokerage service agreement is. So if you're working as a transaction broker, real estate law does not require you to work in the capacity as an agent. So a transaction broker can work with the buyer only, the seller only, or both, without representing either one. A brokerage firm acting in the capacity as a transaction broker serves as a manager of the transaction and performs all the tasks to facilitate the closing of this transaction, just like any agent would. A transaction broker must communicate and work with all parties and assist them in arriving at a mutually acceptable agreement and in closing the transaction, but cannot advise or counsel either party on how to gain an advantage at the expense of the other. Transaction brokers are required to treat all parties fairly and to act in a competent manner, but they're not required to keep any information confidential. See, this is the part that loses me. How could you not put one party at an advantage over the other, but yet you're allowed to disclose confidential information that was told? Blows my mind. So the transaction broker relationship extends to all persons licensed through the brokerage firm, which has been authorized through a brokerage service agreement to work as a transaction broker. It would make more sense for me to describe when it makes sense to work as a transaction broker. Okay, if you have a discounted brokerage firm where you offer really low fee cut rate listings, but you're only going to do certain minimal duties, like I'm going to put your property in the MLS for $600 flat fee. If you want me to set up appointments and answer calls, well, there's going to be another fee for that. But I'm not showing the property. You got to show your own properties. You got to answer your own calls. You got to do your own advertising on it. Every additional duty you want me to do is going to be an additional fee. That's called a la carte services, okay? So we could put your listing in the MLS for 6 months for $600. You want another 6 months? It's another $600. It's a flat fee you're paying me for these services. This is where it would make sense to work as a transaction broker. I don't have all the legal obligations to represent you and do certain things for you, holding the open houses, doing the marketing and advertising, answering the calls, and representing your best interest. Hey, for a flat fee, I'm doing this, nothing more. Okay. That's where it would make sense to work as a transaction broker versus an agent. Okay. But in reality, anybody can work as a transaction broker. They just select, hey, this is the way I'm working. I'm working as a transaction broker. I'm going to do everything that an agent does, but I don't owe those legal obligations to you. And anything you tell me in confidence, I can go blabbing it to the other side if I think it's going to make the deal happen. All right. So now it says here, you may obtain legal advice about these business relationships from your own lawyer. The statement is not a contract and is provided for informational purposes only. So it's not a contract. That's a way to get them to sign it. Okay. By signing it, you're just acknowledging receipt of the consumer information statement, the CIS. And so here's the section for the, here's the section for the sellers and landlords to sign. Basically, you'll print your name here as their agent, and you'll print your brokerage firm name here, and then they sign it. And then, see, what blows my mind is you're signing it just to that you've received the CIS explaining the different agency relationships. What they should have on this form is like they had on the old version, a checkbox where you're checking off, as of now, I intend to work with you as buyer's agent only, seller's agent only, disclosed dual agent, designated agent, or transaction broker, and then have you sign. Okay. For some reason, they don't have that checkbox on here anymore. But if you'd like to, you could customize this form. You got plenty of extra room here on this last page to put those checkboxes on there. Well, you could do that. But make sure that you have a minimum 12-point font size. Don't change the font. And if you're working with buyers or tenants, then they'll sign here to acknowledge the same. And that is the CIS form in its entirety. Any questions? All it is a definition sheet. It explains the different types of business relationships, the ways that a real estate agent can work with somebody. The only bonuses or the only additional thing is if you're going to be working as a disclosed dual agent, you need to get both the buyer and the seller to sign their own separate informed consent to dual agency form that explains to them what the risks and obligations of your agent are by working as a dual agent for the seller or for the buyer. And basically, what it says on that form is that they can't provide undivided loyalty to you because they're representing both parties in the transaction. And that if one party says something that where normally you'd have two agents, and if one agent said something that they shouldn't disclose, well, now you can go blab that back to your client. That's the only advantage that you're not getting anymore, is hoping, fingers crossed, the other agent does something that they were not supposed to do and go blab information that they were not supposed to share. Then you have to go blab that back to your client. So are you really losing out? No, because agents shouldn't be disclosing certain things anyway, violating their fiduciary duties to their clients. And likewise, if you're working as a designated agent, you need to have your clients sign an informed consent to designated agency as well. That the same brokerage firm is working with both the seller and the buyer. However, this individual agent is working strictly as a seller's agent, and this individual agent is working strictly as a buyer's agent, but they're both working from the same company. And the broker is a dual agent. Okay, so that's all that discloses. All right. Any questions for me? Are we all cool on this? Everybody got everything here? Questions? Boring? Yeah, good. All right. So those are the different types of agency relationships, and it's important for us to understand them. All right. Got to find the slide that we left off on here. No, CIS. Okay. Now I got to find my Zoom control. Where the hell's my Zoom control? There we go. Yeah. All right, so unfortunately, I did not get that recording where I gave that whole spiel about checking IDs and such again. But either way, let's continue with chapter 2 here. This is the open house sign that is required now at all open houses. This one's courtesy of All Jersey MLS, but you can put your own logo up there. Just use this. It says, attention prospective purchasers, please read and sign carefully. It basically tells them that the agent who's conducting the open house basically is working for the seller, represents the seller and not you, But if you're not working with another agent, you're not represented by someone, well, I can represent you too. So that's basically all that it says here. All right. But that's the, you're not seeing it. You got to let me know when you're not seeing the same thing that I'm showing you here or I'm talking about. So here's you see it's All Jersey MLS. You could replace that with your own company's logo. And it basically says that the agent who's conducting this open house represents the seller, is required by law to promote the interest of the seller, and any information you give that agent is not considered confidential under New Jersey law and could be disclosed to the seller of this property. As the buyer, you're entitled to have someone represent you. The duties of the buyer's agent include helping evaluate the property, prepare an offer, and negotiate in your best interest. If you're a buyer and already exclusively represented by a buyer's agent, you're required to disclose this on the sign-in sheet. If you are, as the buyer, are not already exclusively represented by a buyer's agent, they're basically telling you that the open house agent's not precluded from being a disclosed dual agent or designated agent and entering into a relationship with you as well, as explained on the CIS, the Consumer Information Statement. So this is that required open house sign-in sheet that we're required to have at open houses now. So what do you got to have at the open house?
Sign-in sheet and the sign outside saying you represent the buyer.
Well, this could be inside, but you're required to have this open house sign-in sheet at the open house. The sign-in sheet, this sign, and the CIS form, the Consumer Information Statement, because you intend on working with anyone that walks in that front door, right? So you got to have that CIS form there as well as some of your business cards, maybe, and maybe flyers for the property, the property sheet, information sheet, All right. So this is the links to all of that stuff. And it's in that class links Word document as well. You can find all these links to everything here. All right. Here we go. Let's talk a little bit about love letters, shall we? Let's get a little romantic here. No, not that kind of love letters, but these are the kind of scheming love letters that agents that I always thought that this was disingenuous and slimy thing to do, but a lot of agents were doing this, still do even, but they should be discouraging their clients from doing it, is trying to write a personal letter to, writing a personal letter to the seller of a house, trying to get in an attempt to get on their good side, to get them to want to accept your offer based on criteria that have nothing to do with the offer, by pulling on their emotional ripcord, so to speak, right? I always thought it was a underhanded thing to do. I always hated it. I thought it was conniving. And now I'm justified in that. So you also see this video probably again in discrimination chapter 4. Let me make sure I have. Computer sounds optimized. We're good to go. All right.
Hi, I'm Charlie Lee, Senior Counsel and Director of Legal Affairs at NAR. As buyers compete in a hot real estate market, they are searching for ways to stand out from the crowd. One method being used is to send a love letter to entice the seller into choosing their offer. While a love letter may seem innocent, they can raise fair housing concerns and risk exposing both the real estate broker and their clients to legal risks. The Fair Housing Act makes discrimination illegal in the sale or rental of housing and prohibits making housing otherwise unavailable because of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, or familial status.
These are the 7 protected classes under the federal law. New Jersey has a lot more than that. These are the 7 protected classes under the federal laws: race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, and familial status.
Many states and local governments have their own fair housing laws, which can include additional protected categories. The use of a love letter often presents fair housing issues because they often contain personal information about the buyer, such as their race and culture or traditions, as a way of appealing to the seller's emotions. Some buyers even go as far as sending sophisticated packages that include photographs and videos. For example, a buyer might send a letter with a photo of their family around a Christmas tree. As a result, the buyer has revealed their religion, which is a prohibited basis for a seller to base their decision to reject an offer. While it may not be the buyer's intent for the seller to use this information to discriminate, that is essentially the position that a love letter can place the seller. When considering that the information cannot be easily forgotten or unseen, a love letter may ironically cause the seller to be fearful of selecting the buyer's offer because of potential discrimination issues. Therefore, real estate professionals should advise their clients about the risk of love letters and, at a minimum, stress the importance of avoiding including any information in the letter that could be used to legally discriminate. But of course, even a photograph of the buyers could lead a seller to give preference to a buyer or reject them based on race or other background. Fair housing is a high priority throughout the country, and states are closely monitoring the practice of love letters. In fact, just recently, Oregon enacted a law to take effect on January 1, 2022 that bans the use of buyer love letters. Here are some best practices to consider when it comes to love letters. At the outset of the relationship, speak to your client about the risks of buyer love letters and the potential fair housing issues they raise. Remind your seller client that an offer should be assessed based only on objective criteria such as price and timing. If your seller client insists they want to receive buyer love letters, advise them to consult legal counsel and to document their decision-making process in selecting an offer. Avoid helping buyer clients to draft or deliver love letters. Be sure to warn them against revealing any personal information that could raise fair housing issues. Counsel them to focus on the characteristics of the home or other objective information. Lastly, help your buyer clients find other ways to differentiate themselves to win the property. Beyond offering more money, the buyer may consider offering more flexibility with the closing date, additional earnest money, or waiving other contingencies that may appeal to the seller. Thank you for watching this episode of Window to the Law.
Yep. Sneaky, underhanded, right? It's using criteria that have nothing to do with the purchase of the property. You know, it's like they write a letter. Oh yeah, we were the couple that had the little child, and we told you that we would raise our family here, not change a thing. Okay, well, right off the bat, familial status. You're talking about children. You know, what does this have to do with them accepting your offer? What about the basic criteria? How much is the offer? How much money are you putting down? What are any contingencies you have on accepting the offer? These are the important objective criteria that your clients should be considering.
Is this a fairly new thing? Because I know during COVID, the realtor gave my sister, she was selling her house, gave her a letter from a family in New York that she had multiple offers on her house and they were sending letters at this point, trying to convince them to sell them the house, and the realtor gave them the letter.
I told you they still do this crap. The realtors often tell them, here, put this in your own handwriting. This is what you should write. Let's put up a couple drafts. And then they have the buyer write this letter. And then they send it, to the seller along with the offer. They're telling you here, NAR's telling you, you should talk to your clients and steer them away from doing such things. And if you're representing the seller, you should tell them that they should not consider such things, because then they or others could sue you if you don't accept their offer, or if you accept someone else's offer instead. They could be like, oh, well, you were discriminating against us, because that's the first thing that comes to a lot of people's minds when their offer was not accepted. My offer was better than everybody else. How do you know? You shouldn't
I have a
know
quick
what people's
question.
offer is, so this could be considered discrimination. So you should steer them away from considering such things, even if somebody sends it. Yeah, but
Same lines, but I know that a lot of them, it'll be in with the package of the offer, and it'll be from the buyer's agent to the selling agent.
Yep.
This is still falling under the same type of category, right?
Yep, they're still doing that. They shouldn't be doing this. There's no reason for it. It's trying to play on people's emotions to get them to accept your offer rather than the objective criteria of the offer itself. Okay. Our job as real estate agents is to keep this as a business, but you get some manipulative agents that will try to get their clients to write these things. I've had this done before, and I called the agent and I was like, well, what the hell is this letter about? Why are you sending me? Well, my clients just want to write a thank you letter. I'm like, this has nothing to do with this. And this has nothing to do with whether they're going to accept your offer or not. I'm going to tell my clients right off the bat not to even consider this, and that there was a letter sent that they're trying to play on your emotions to manipulate you. That's what I'm going to tell them right off the bat. Now, unfortunately, I've had situations where multiple offer situation, and I had one of the buyers is my listing, but I had an offer in there as well. And an agent put in one of these things, and her offer got accepted, and it was considerably less than mine because she played on their emotions. And I tried convincing them that, that this is not based on objective criteria. You should not consider these things. You hired me as your agent to get you the most money possible, the best deal for the property. Now you're considering accepting an offer that has nothing to do with that. They're playing on your emotions. They're playing with you. They're saying, oh, we're going to keep the house exactly like it is. We're not going to change a thing to raise our children. They're going to be breaking down walls the second that they close on this house, and they're going to be remodeling it and changing it. They're just playing you. Don't consider these things.
Do you have to legally give them the letter once you receive it, though?
Well, anything they sent over, I gotta transmit it along with it. But so I gave it to I gave it to them, but I told them I gave them my little speech first, but they still took it. And I was just like thinking to myself, stupid. You people are stupid. You hired me to get you the most money. You argued about how much you're going to pay me on commission, and then you accept a lower offer because this person is playing on your emotions, and you fell for it. What am I going to do? Right? Now, if one of those other people that made an offer wants to sue over it, but how would they know? Well, they could say, was discriminated against, and then they'll try to bring up a lawsuit. Let me see the other offers. Well, sorry, we can't show you other offers that came in, has nothing to do with this. But after it's closed already and there's a new owner on the property, well, now they could sue and ask to see other offers, but we're not required to just show that to them. A court would have to order it. So now if it's not based on the objective criteria, look, the seller can decide what offer they accept. Highest and best offer is not always the highest offer either. But in this case, the offer they accepted wasn't the highest or the best, because you could have an offer that's lower, that's a better offer because they're more flexible with the closing date, or they're putting down more money, or they have less contingencies in the contract. Contingencies are happenings in which a contract is dependent upon. And if they are violated, then or if the person doesn't meet them, they could back out of the contract without being held in breach of contract. Okay. So when you're submitting offers for buyers, they should be as contingency free as possible. All right, so let's see, what do we got here on this slide? All right, so I guess we got a lot of information written here, and I put my own explanation, so let's read that. All agents must place their client's interest above all others, including their own. However, they have an obligation to treat all parties fairly and honestly, and make reasonable efforts to obtain material information about a property and disclose it to each other. Sellers' agents must disclose to potential buyers material information about the physical condition of the property, as well as any other information that a reasonable buyer would consider important before proceeding. So what is material information? It's usually information about the physical condition of the property that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. Now, that does not mean a leaky roof or things like that. Material information could be how many bedrooms and how many bathrooms. Could that affect your decision in purchasing? Then it's material information. What about the architectural style? That we need to have a ranch style house because somebody has a physical condition, they're unable to climb stairs. So they want that flat house, one levels house. Then if that could affect their decision in purchasing, the architectural style. Likewise, buyer's agents have to make reasonable efforts to make sure the buyer is financially capable to purchase before asking the seller to take their property off the market to accept an offer that they're presenting. At minimum, a pre-qualification letter should be obtained from the lender and disclosed to the seller if they become aware of a condition that would make the buyer unable to proceed, like a bounced deposit check or inability to get qualified for the mortgage loan. So let me ask you guys a question really quick, since we're talking about mortgage pre-qualification letter here. You guys know the difference between a mortgage pre-qualification letter and a mortgage pre-approval letter? Mortgage. Go ahead.
I'm saying maybe the pre-approval is just preliminary, not been backed up or looked at further.
Okay, so pre-qualification letter is the first step. We get you hooked up as a buyer. We get you on the phone with a mortgage rep, a mortgage solicitor, who you give your social security number to so they could do a credit check on you. And then you tell them how much money you make, and you tell them what your approximate long-term debts are. And based on that information that is unverified at this point, other than your credit report, they issue a mortgage pre-qualification letter. Okay, so if this is a mortgage pre-qualification letter, it'll say, based on the information that you provided and your credit score, you are pre-qualified for a loan of up to a certain amount to purchase a house up to a certain price with this much of a down payment, and this much taxes up to a certain amount. So that's what a mortgage pre-qualification letter will be. Are they guaranteed to get that loan? Well, none of the information has been verified yet. So a mortgage pre-approval letter is different because they do all the same stuff, except the buyer also needs to supply to the lender their bank statements, their pay stubs, and their tax returns. And then it goes to the lender's underwriter. And through the process known as underwriting, they examine the information to evaluate the level of risk that lending this money to you will pose to the lender. And if they see that it's acceptable, you are now approved. You are pre-approved for the loan. So you as a buyer will definitely get the loan because they verified the information as well. So pre-qualification is the first step, and then you move up to pre-approval. Pre-approval letter is better. Okay. In a later chapter, I'll have all the different steps, but that's the way it starts. Pre-qualification letter, then you verify the information, you get a pre-approval letter, and then you find a house, and then you got to get an appraisal on it, an inspection to make sure there's no wood destroying insects. So the pre-approval letter says, listen, this buyer is definitely getting the loan as long as there's no issues with the house. As long as the house appraises for the purchase price, there's no wood destroying insects like termites that are eating the house and it's about to collapse. Basically, once the house gets approved, then they issue a mortgage commitment letter, committing to give the borrower that loan. Okay, so first step, pre-qualification letter. Next step, provide verification information. You get a pre-approval letter. Next step is a mortgage commitment letter. Okay. So
At what point is the mortgage commitment letter after accepted offer?
you get an appraisal of the property after you find a property. Okay, so you did all this, but you also found a property. So now the property gets appraised for the purchase price, at least, I hope. And you, at minimum, the lender can't require a home inspection, but at minimum, they could require a wood destroying insect report to make sure that this property that you want to buy using their money, which is going to serve as collateral for the loan if you default in making your payments, is not going to collapse because it's eaten up by termites. Okay, so that's what they want to verify first. And then they issue that commitment letter committing to giving you the loan. So when we write contracts for purchase contracts, we also put a date in there when the mortgage commitment letter will be provided by from the lender. Okay, so when you're making the offer, though, that offer should be accompanied by a mortgage pre-qualification letter at minimum, pre-approval letter. Hey, that's good if you have multiple offer situation. Then I could go in there and I could be like, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, you know, we're going to be shopping for a home. I could get you a pre-qualification letter right now by talking on the phone to a mortgage rep, but I need you to get them your bank statements, your pay stubs, your tax returns, and verify this information so we get a pre-approval letter. So when we find that perfect home for you that you want to make an offer on, if there's a multiple offer situation, you're giving me some ammunition to fight for you. So basically, I could submit an offer and I could say, when I'm presenting this offer to the owners of the property, I'm not just talking about the offer itself. I'm saying, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, this offer that I'm presenting to you here today from the buyers is accompanied by a mortgage pre-approval letter. Now, I'm sure you had this conversation with your listing agent here when they listed the property that we're going to get offers coming in, and that some will be accompanied by pre-qualification letters and some would be accompanied by pre-approval letters. Well, this offer is accompanied by a pre-approval letter. What that is, it's the borrower supplied their social security number so that they could do a background check on them. They told them how much money they make and what their debts are. And then they've proven it by showing their bank statements and pay stubs and tax returns. And so a pre-approval letter has all that. A pre-qualification letter, which most offers are accompanied with, none of the information has been verified. So in this transaction, this buyer has been fully approved to get this loan. Now it's just a matter of your house. Is your house worth what they're offering to purchase it for? So it's subject to an appraisal. and an inspection to make sure there's no dangerous conditions, there's no wood destroying insects or, abandoned oil tanks in the ground and things of that nature. Okay. So this is what you want to look for in an offer, because you know that my clients can get it. I don't know if you have other offers on the table, which I understand that there are. You should really look into if they're accompanied by a pre-approval letter or pre-qualification letter. Because if it's a pre-qualification letter, you don't know if they could even go through with this transaction to close on it. With my clients, you could be certain that they can close this deal. So don't just look at the highest price. Look at the best offer. This is why we say highest and best offer. I don't know if my offer is the highest here, but this is the offer, and it's accompanied by people who have been approved that can close the deal and get the loan. So I just planted a seed now by educating them. And I know that their agent probably never discussed this with them either. So I'm also making their agent look like an idiot without making them look like an idiot and saying it outwards. By educating them. This is how you become a better agent. At every step of the transaction, you educate buyers you work with. You educate the sellers who you work with using the information that I'm teaching you right now. Use that information. Check IDs, use all this information to educate the public. Don't just say, here's a form, I need you to fill this out. Tell them why I'm filling you out this, why I'm having you fill out this form. Okay, when I get a listing, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I'm having you fill out the seller's property condition disclosure statement, not only because it's required by law that you disclose any material information about your property, but if you don't, or if you fail to disclose something, or if you're dishonest in disclosing, somebody can sue you and courts can award them treble. Treble is triple the actual cost of the damages. However, I'm helping to limit your liability by having you fill out this property condition disclosure form and be honest on it and fully disclose, and I'm protecting you. There's nothing that could prevent you from getting sued by someone, but I could help limit your liability if that ever does happen. Okay. So you see how I just explain to people, like I'm doing in this classroom to you guys, I just explain to my clients what it is that I'm doing. It makes you a better agent. I'm telling you it does. Take the extra couple of minutes. It's not that much more time for people to respect you more and then realize what value you bring to the table as their agent. Being a new agent, listen, you guys know how many licensed real estate agents are in the state of New Jersey? Anybody take an idea, take a guess? How many licensed real estate agents are there in New Jersey?
30,000. $100,000.
Maybe about 96 to 98,000 licensed real estate agents. Oh my God, that's a lot of competition, right? Most of them you got a lot of them that just got their licenses hanging in a brokerage. They're doing nothing with it. Some of them, they do it part-time. Some of them, they do it just to get out of the house. It's an activity. Those people are not your competition, but you do have a lot of other agents out there that are working in the business too. And how do you differentiate yourselves? Because this is what you should be focusing on. How do I differentiate myself from the other agents, thousands and thousands of agents that are out there? Well, make yourself a better agent. And you can do that by educating your clients, educating the public, the people that come to you. Because I guarantee you the other agents probably are not. They're probably sticking forms in their faces to sign. They're saying, here, this is this, sign here. This is that, sign. I get people in this class all the time that just bought a house and they're like, I don't think my agent ever gave me this form, but I don't know. They put a lot of paperwork in my face. I'm like, what? They didn't explain it to you? No, they just were telling me to sign here and sign there. And see, don't trust me. This is what see for yourself. This is what agents are doing. You can make yourself a better agent simply by educating. I'm telling you, take that to heart. Take that to heart. You could be much better than one of these condescending agents who have been an agent for 30 years. They're going to look down at you. I guarantee you, the first day that you start in an office, you're going to start at some office. They're going to be welcoming and everything, but you're going to get some condescending agent. You're going to enter into a conversation with them about real estate or a transaction or something. And, you know, they're going to want to prove their point that they're right and you're not wrong, that you're not right. So the way that they're going to do it is they're going to try to speak from a position of authority. They're going to do that by saying, how long have you had your license? So basically, they're trying to belittle you. Okay? Don't stand for that bullshit. You know, you tell them, what does that have to do with this conversation? This is how it goes. These are the rules. How is that different if you've been into business for 30 years or 1 year? You know, I'm telling you, you're gonna have some agent in your office that's like that, because there's tons of them that are out there that are like that. You know, so do your own thing. Surround yourself around successful people that are nice people and helpful people. There's plenty of agents that are more than willing to give you wrong information to see you fall flat on your face and fail, which is despicable. And if you have an agent in your own office that's doing that, I suggest you go to your broker and tell them about that, make them aware of it. And if they don't do nothing about that agent, I suggest you leave that broker and go somewhere else, because that is a cancer. That is a rot in any agency. And I wouldn't want to be around that. You guys want to be around negative people like that? I know I don't. You know, if I got an agent that's doing that, I don't care if they're a top performer. Get the hell out of my office. You know, you're a rot, you're a cancer, and you're going to bring everybody else down in this office. So agents should take brokers should take some kind of action. Anyway, enough of my ranting. My life lessons in real estate here for you, and a little bit of experience I'm trying to bestow upon you. You guys got these highlights all down? This highlights is basically what I read up here, except I did it in a more straightforward way in my explanation. All right. So there are 5 broker business relationships now. 4 of them are agency relationships. We've already gone over them when I read to you the CIS form. We have a seller's agent only, buyer's agent only, disclosed dual agent, and a designated agency. Those are the 4 types of agency relationships. And on the next page, we got the one where we're talking about the transaction broker. Okay, so remember, seller's agent only represents the seller. You get a listing, you put it in the MLS within
48 hours,
unless
told differently from the seller, then you do the waiver of broker cooperation.
Yep, there you go. You're getting it. See, this is why I ask you guys these questions. It may sound repetitive, but if I don't do this, it doesn't stick in your head, you know, in one ear, out the other, because we go through so much different stuff. So me asking you these questions about it again, there's a method to my madness why I'm doing it, because I want you to remember it, okay? I want to nail it into your head. If you're not going to study on your own, I'm going to make you study right here by asking you the questions again, okay? Buyer's agent only represents the buyers, and you should enter into an exclusive buyer's agency agreement with them, making sure they're only working with you. If they're working with another agent, would you want to start dating somebody when they tell you that they're married? So why would you want to start working with somebody if they're telling you, I'm already working with another agent? So what's the guarantee that if you show them 10 properties, that they're going to put the offer in through with you and not the other agent? Nothing. So enter an exclusive buyer's agency agreement with them. Actually, a BSA, brokerage service agreement, that has the exclusive buyer's agency agreement built into it. So I got links to those here. Disclosed dual agent. Okay, you're representing both parties in the transaction. There are 4 versions of the informed consent to dual agency to get their permission to work that way, because disclosed dual agency is legal, but undisclosed dual agency is not. Okay, and then designated agency. Once again, you're designated by your broker to exclusively represent somebody as a buyer's agent or a seller's agent, but you need to get their permission to do that in writing because they're two agents from the same company still, and you need that disclosed to them still. So there's 4 versions of that, one for the buyer, seller, landlord, and tenant as well for designated agency. Now, so that's the breakdown. If you want to snap a picture of this, the 4 types of, because the book doesn't have it, because this new type of agency is brand new. You know, it's not in the book. Okay. All right, everybody got it? Can I change slides? So we also have the transaction broker. You know, there's nothing in the law that says you need to work with somebody as an agent. You can work with them as a transaction broker, which is just a manager of the transaction. They don't owe those legal responsibilities, those obligations, those fiduciary duties to anybody. They just need to treat everybody fairly and honestly in the transaction. But if you tell them something in confidence, if they think that disclosing it to the other party can make the deal happen, they're allowed to do it. Whereas an agent cannot. If you're working as an agent, you cannot disclose any information that your client told you in confidence. Okay, you have to be loyal to their interests. Like I already gave you guys the explanation when I think it would make sense to work as a transaction broker, but really anybody can decide that they're going to work as a transaction broker. And then boom, they're a transaction broker. You know, it's not a what makes me work what makes me work as a transaction broker in one and working as an agent in another transaction. Well, it's just however you choose to work. And you just put out that paperwork as a transaction broker or an agent. That's it. Okay. But the difference here now is if you have those legal fiduciary obligations to the other party. So licensees can select to work as a transaction broker at any time. However, it makes more sense to do it when offering a la carte services. You know, that full explanation I gave you before, I actually put it in writing now here on the slides so that you could remember it or study it. You know, you should have an employment agreement with the sellers or the buyers, landlords and tenants. Now is required by law with a brokerage service agreement that says exactly what you'll be doing in exchange for the fees you're getting paid for. Agencies that work with FSBOs often use this type of relationship because for a flat fee or a la carte service menu, the agent does not want to be liable to owe fiduciary duties to someone who isn't paying them that much money. Let's basically boil it down to the bottom line. What it is what it is, right? Why am I going to be owing you all these fiduciary duties if you ain't going to pay me what I'm worth? If you're only paying me like bottom dollar. So, for example, you could charge a flat fee, $600. I get that money today. I could put it in my pocket. I could pay my cell phone bill, do whatever, and then I don't owe you any fiduciary duties. I'm just putting it in the MLS for you. Boom, finished, finito, done, right? Well, that's when it makes sense to work as a transaction. All right, so basically you'll be forwarding the calls. The seller does their own appointments, their own open houses, their own advertising and marketing. All right, so transaction broker is the manager of a transaction, but does not represent anyone in an agency capacity. They don't owe fiduciary duties to anyone. The agent should have an agreement explaining what they'll be doing, however, in exchange for the money they're earning. And the person the licensee is working with as a transaction broker is referred to as a customer, okay? Here's something a little bit different we got into now. If you're working with somebody as their agent and you owe them these fiduciary duties, the principal that you're working with is often referred to as your client. Transaction brokers don't have clients because they don't owe those legal obligations to them. So the people they work with are called customers. Customers are just people you need to treat fairly and honestly, but you don't have any legal obligations to them. Boom. Okay, so here's some of the common forms and disclosures that we've gone over so far, and maybe one or two that we have not. Because people ask, is there, oh my God, there's all these forms you're bombarding me with. Is there a list of all of them? Well, no, because no two transactions are alike. A lot of transactions are similar and require similar disclosures, like with residential real estate, we got the CIS form. It's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with. Just explains the different types of business relationships, right? How we're working with someone. Informed consent to dual agency, informed consent to designated agency. The opinion 26 notice. That's the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees for residential properties. Basically, it tells people that they have a right to hire a lawyer, right? You can't tell people you don't need a lawyer, but you got a right to hire one. So that opinion 26 notice needs to be that cover page. And we have the Attorney General's memorandum. Anytime you get a listing, you give this to the owners of the property. Basically tells them that if they're offering their property for sale or rent to the public, they cannot discriminate. So that's what that Attorney General's, that AG memorandum, Attorney General's memorandum's about. Now, this new version of the Attorney General's memorandum has been updated recently. It includes something called the FCHA, which we'll go over that in Chapter 4. That's the Fair Chance in Housing Act that essentially makes ex-convicts a protected class. Now, they say specifically, it does not make criminals a protected class, but once we start reading the explanation of it, it makes criminals a protected class. Okay, it even gives them a new name. Those people who have been convicted of a crime and imprisoned, they're called convicts, right? When they get out of jail, they're not convicted anymore. They're now ex-cons. They served their time. They're ex-convicts. Okay, but I guess some people got a lot of time in their hand looking to protect everybody out there, and they decided that we need to soften the language. You know, like years ago, they changed we used to call garbage men, right? That pick up your garbage, the garbage man. Yeah, I hear them coming down the street. Well, now they're sanitation engineers, okay? Well, in that same fashion, the Attorney General's memorandum with the FCHA, that Fair Chance in Housing Act, now renamed what they call ex-convicts. They're now called system-involved people. Get a load of that one. All right, system involved. What the hell does that mean? All right. Let's move on from that. We'll have enough time to talk about that in Chapter 4. Trust me. Okay, the lead hazard addendum. This is something that needs to be. This is a federally required document for any property built prior to 1978. Owners of real estate, whether offering the property for sale or lease, need to disclose the presence of any known lead hazard in the property and disclose if they have any inspections or reports about lead on the property. And we also need to provide the lead hazard pamphlet. This is a booklet that explains the hazards of lead. What problems they cause and how to remediate it, and has all kinds of helpful resources and such. Okay, so we'll be going over those as well in a little bit of a later chapter, but I do have the links to them right here. The lead hazard addendum and the lead hazard pamphlet, the booklet. Once again, all of these links are in that class links Word document. And let me try to get here to the slide where I could copy everything. Where are we? With all the links and everything, whether you need it or not, I'll add it here. You could have it in a summary. Oh, nope, that's way too much information. Take off the lead part for now. Nope, that's still too much. That's still too much. Wow. Well, maybe I can't send text messages that big. Okay, never mind. I can't send you all this information in these links, but here, I'll give you the one for the lead hazard statement. Here's that one. And, separately, I could give you the one for the Attorney General's memorandum, which I believe I already sent out to you, but I'll give that to you now. What is that? Yeah, that's it. All right, that's that. Okay, now we have the exclusive buyer's agency agreement and procuring cause. Now that we have these brokerage service agreements that could include the exclusive buyer's agency disclosures within them, it's not really needed as much anymore, but we're still probably going to have questions about this on exam. So let's go over this. Okay, so with changes in the law now requiring brokerage service agreements, this should not be as big of an issue anymore. We have, if you're working with somebody as a buyer, only representing the buyer in the transaction, it's a good idea to have an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. It helps establish our agency relationship. We owe buyers and clients certain fiduciary responsibilities, and it outlines them. It helps establish evidence in the event there's a dispute between two agencies as to who is representing the buyer as their client and owed the commission. So therefore, they would be the procuring cause because they're the one that procured the sale, and therefore they're the one that's owed the commission. Difficult to prove. But having a exclusive buyer's agency agreement in place provides evidence to protect the buyer's agent against claims of discrimination by steering a client, limiting the properties shown based on commission, which may be lower amount than the agent's willing to work for. But if you didn't have that discussion with your client about the commissions, and now you're just showing them properties based on how much commission is being offered to you, sometimes agents would cherry pick which properties they show. Has nothing to do with discrimination, has to deal with how much money they get from the transaction. But now the MLSs removed all the commission information anyway. It's not as much of a big deal, but you could still call the other agents to find out if their seller's paying commission and how much the commission is. And then agents can still be cherry picking which properties that they're letting their buyer clients know are available. And by not letting them know that certain properties are available just because they're not offering enough commission to satisfy that agent, whose interest are they putting first? Their own or their clients?
Their self.
Their self for sure, because it's based on them. They're looking at the money. Now you should be showing your clients all properties that meet their criteria in the price range they're looking in the areas they're looking, right? Cherry picking which ones that you're going to show them based on how much money you're going to earn is putting your own interest above theirs. And if you start doing this, and if they could take a pen and put a bunch of dots on a map where the properties are that you did not show them that were really available, and if it turns out that they're all from like this one central area, can somebody paint the picture that you were steering them away from that area? Steering is discrimination. Doesn't matter what your intent was or what your reasons were. If somebody can prove that steering had occurred, you're guilty of discrimination, regardless of your intent, even if it wasn't your intent to discriminate. All somebody needs to prove in order to be found guilty of discrimination is that a discriminatory act had occurred. So if you had the conversation with your clients, instead of cherry picking which properties that you're not going to show them, if you had the conversation with your clients, you had an exclusive buyer's agency or a brokerage service agreement in place that said, hey, listen, I work for at least this amount of money and you're going to pay the difference, or you're going to pay it all if the seller's not offering to pay any commission. Do you want me to even show you those properties? Because you're going to have to take money out of your pocket to pay my commission. Or do you want to just bypass those properties with the sellers not even offering a commission to be split? So if you had that conversation and now they tell you, okay, don't show me those properties, now you can legally cherry pick those out because you had the conversation with them about the money, and you're pulling those properties out because they told you not to show them, because that's additional money that has to come out of their pocket. Because if you never had that conversation and you just simply censor those properties, that they never see those properties, and they find out that there's these properties that you were withholding later on, why didn't you show me these properties? Now they no longer trust you, right? And now if they could paint a picture on the map that all these properties were from a certain area of town, they could paint the picture that you were steering them out of that area. Why don't you want me living there? How come you're not showing me all these properties that live in that area, from that area, right? Discrimination can be easily proven, even though that wasn't your intent. The only color you were looking at was green, but it doesn't matter. You know, they could prove that you were steering them, and steering is a violation of the federal. Okay, so enough of that explanation. So it's good to have that brokerage service agreement in place, because it can also help safeguard you from those discrimination accusations, or when you have an argument with another agent because that buyer was working with you and another agent, who gets paid the commission? Whoever did the most work leading up to the sale becoming the cause of the sale, which we call the procuring cause, because you helped procure the property for them, you procured the sale, and therefore you're owed the commission. But who did the most work leading up to that sale? That's difficult to prove. But at least if you have an exclusive buyer's agency agreement or a brokerage service agreement in place, I got one of these, do you? Right? So the new brokerage service agreements, the language in them is stellar, though, because if an agent is working with two agents, the previous agent that they were working with, they better have kept the records of the properties that they showed them. Because now when that buyer starts working with the new agent, because they stopped working with the other agent for whatever reason, that new agent has to ask the old agent for a list of all properties that they've showed them. Now, how would they know there's another agent? Because on that form, the buyer is asked, are you working with another agent, or were you working with another agent? Who is it? And then you have to reach out to them to make sure you're not stepping on their feet. Okay? So when two buyer's agents are in dispute as to who's owed the commission, who's owed the commission? The one who could prove they did the most work leading up to the sale. Difficult to prove. This would be the one that's owed the commission because they have procured the sale. The complaint is filed with the local Realtors Association, by the way. It's called a procuring cause complaint. You would file that with the local Realtors Association, not the Real Estate Commission. Why? Well, what's the Real Estate Commission's job? To protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople, right? It's not to mediate arguments between bickering agents over who's owed commissions. Okay. Now, why would a buyer be working with two agents? Well, maybe they weren't happy with the original agent, they moved on to someone else. Or maybe another agent found out you're looking for a home and wooed you away from the other agent. Okay, we're not supposed to be soliciting the business of other brokers. Once you find out that somebody's working with another agent, you're supposed to drop it right there. Now, with buyers in the past, it was pretty difficult to prove because most agents did not use exclusive buyer's agency agreements, and nobody was using BSAs, the brokerage service agreements. But now we do. Everybody does. So it makes it a little bit less of an issue. But when it comes to listings, well, we got a listing agreement. If you're soliciting the business of another broker who has a property listed for sale, that's easy to prove. Look, I got a listing. You don't, you know. Wait, when did you get the listing? So you going in there, you're trying to get them to cancel the listing. It gets down to this point. Anybody here ever get a mailing from a real estate agent? You ever get anything in the mail from a real estate agent?
I get a lot of plant seeds, and they put something along the line saying, let's plant a garden or something. I get many of those.
Yeah, it's cheesy, but I get it. Yeah, I don't think that ever works. That's a waste of money, but okay. Are you going to sell your property with that person because they sent you seeds that you probably threw in the garbage or that didn't grow?
They send it in springtime.
Did they grow?
Actually, one of them was a money tree seed.
A what?
A money tree seed. I have it somewhere. It's seeds to like money trees or money plant or something like that.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I can't grow anything from seeds. I try. I don't got the green thumb my father had. But anyway, the you get mailings from agents. If you get postcards or letters in the mail from them, one thing you'll notice that is on them, or at least it should be on those advertisements, at the bottom of that, it should say, at minimum, it should say, please disregard this offer if your property is already listed with another broker. At minimum, it should have something like that written at the bottom. The reason being is if you don't have that disclosure on your advertisement and it ends in someone's mailbox and that property's listed for sale already with another broker, you are soliciting the business of another broker. Unless you have the disclosure that says, please disregard this offer if your property is already listed with another broker. It is not in our intention to solicit the business of other agencies. We work with them, blah, 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 blah. Okay. She got her seed pack there.
I do.
What is it? Built into the. Oh wait, hold on a second. Let me see that for a second. Paul, who's on there? Let me try to focus on you. Let me see you. No, I can't see you at the moment. Hold on. Let me try to view you. And
It definitely says Paul.
is that Paul Verdicio?
Let me see.
Hello?
Yes, Paul.
You see the small picture there. I could barely see it. Yeah, I already recognize. I know that guy. He's a good guy. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you see it here better. But I don't see what it's supposed to say.
At the bottom of it, on the postcard there, it should say, please disregard this offer if your property is already listed.
Not intended to solicit currently listed properties.
There you go. Something to that effect. Yep.
Okay.
Because without it, if that ends in your mailbox and your property is listed with another broker, well, they are soliciting the business of another broker, right? So you have to have that disclosure. That's one of the requirements that have to be in there. Okay. Here, now let me remove that. Okay. I just figured it out what I did wrong. Doris, say something and hold it up so that you become the main picture there.
Can you? Okay.
Yeah. Oh. You have to say something. Anytime you say something.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Mhm.
This is, and can you see it? Does it widen the screen? There you go. Yeah. And I think it's down here. I think you would see it right in tiny, tiny writing. You see the minimal,
Yeah, that's a requirement. It's a requirement. You have to have it in all advertisements. I got a whole folder full of advertisements that I could show in classes, but I don't know where the hell they are, buried somewhere in a stack of paperwork in this room. But yeah, that's a good example. It shows you right there. They'll have some sort of a disclosure there at the bottom. They'll have some sort of disclosure there. Ooh. Anna says, mine sends Dunkin' Donuts cards in the fall. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I get a hall card, and then the little Dunkin' Donut card is slipped in the back too.
Oh my gosh. Was it a coupon or is it an actual card with a value on it?
An actual card with value on it, somewhere $10, 15 sometimes, but I'm guessing it's for people who already bought a house with her. If you ever wanted to relist it or sell it, she sends it. But it was only for like 2 years after we bought the house, and then nothing else since.
It's one thing if they send you a closing gift, that's one thing. But to solicit the business of the public, can we ever offer anything for free to the public? Actually, that's something that's coming up in the next couple slides. And the law says if you can offer free items to the public, but you have to offer them free to everyone. And it cannot be contingent upon them doing business with you. So whoever you're giving it the free item to, you have to offer for free to everybody, not just based on contingent upon them doing business with you. But the law changed a couple of years ago, actually. Our legislators passed a law that allows agents to offer free things to the public that are contingent upon you doing business with them. Once the Real Estate Commission puts a system in place on how to register and track those things, though. And to this date, they still have not done that. So you should not be getting anything of value that's contingent upon you doing business with an agent, even to this day. Even though the law was passed, the law also said you can't start doing it until the Real Estate Commission puts a system in place for how to track this stuff, which they still haven't done several years later. You'll see what I mean. All right, so let's move on to the next thing. But procuring cause, you'll definitely get on your exams, okay? So who is a procuring cause? It's when two buyer's agents are in dispute as to who is owed the commission. The one who could prove they did the most work leading up to the sale, becoming the procuring cause because they procured the sale. They're the one that's owed the commission and are the procuring cause. But that could be difficult to prove, okay? That's basically the gist of what you should study. Even though now we have these broker service agreements, which makes it less of an issue. I'm sure they did not change the exam questions on state exam. Okay. So you need an independent contractor agreement. That's your employment agreement that you're going to enter into with your brokers when they hire you. You will be an independent contractor, most likely. Now, there's a link here to, I put in a shared Google Drive. It's a standard independent contractor salesperson agreement that most brokers use. However, they could use their own custom employment agreements and such, or they could customize these ones. But one thing for sure I don't have on here is Addendum A and Addendum B, which deals with the rate of commission that you're going to get paid while you're working at the brokerage, and Addendum B, which talks about the commissions that may be due to you upon your termination, whether you quit, got fired, your affiliation with that broker is no longer there, okay? So these are the things that are required to be in any independent contractor agreement. The compensation rate paid to the salesperson while employed at that brokerage firm. I refer to that as Addendum A. And then broker promises to turn over monies due to the salesperson within 10 days after the commission's received or as soon as the check clears. Broker doesn't have to pay you your commission if they don't got the money yet. The rate of compensation to be paid to the salesperson after termination for transactions that close after they leave the firm. That would be stated on Addendum B, and that's usually much longer because it gives a lot of different scenarios, you know. How much work needed to still be done? Because you won't be able to complete that transaction. You left the brokerage firm. You can't take that client with you, and you can't finish working with them when you're working with another broker. So your old broker will have to assign another agent to finish that transaction. And if that agent was you, would you do it for free? Would you work for free? I wouldn't either. So the agent that left is not going to get their full commission when that transaction closes. So how much are they going to get paid? Well, it depends what it says in Addendum B. How much work the other agent had to do still. Or maybe the broker just doesn't want to be bothered with this and they say, hey, you leave the brokerage firm and you didn't close on the deal, you got nothing. No zoop for you. Okay. They could read your employment agreements at the time of signing. Your broker should also give you a copy of it. They're supposed to. It's very important that you get it. I had a broker I once worked for. He had this long custom employment agreement. You needed a magnifying glass to read all the fine print in your employment agreement. It was like 8 pages on legal size paper, double-sided, and he didn't give me a copy. He said, "Oh, the secretary will give you a copy of it." Go out there after I signed it. "Oh, secretary's gone. Oh, she'll get it for you tomorrow." Tomorrow, couldn't get in touch with her. Couldn't get in touch with her for the next couple of weeks that I've been trying to get it. And then eventually I was like, all right, screw it. Let me just do my work. But I never got a copy of my employment agreement like I was supposed to. And then a couple of years later, I quit. I go open my own brokerage, cease and desist order from his lawyer. "You're not allowed to open a brokerage within 20 miles of this place." What is this coming from? "Oh, it was in your employment agreement." The one you gave me? So now I get agents that quit his office and come to me because they heard I opened up my own brokerage. "Cease and desist order. You're not allowed to hire any agents directly from our brokerage firm." Yeah. So eventually I just had my attorney send a letter to him to basically go F himself unless he provides us with a full copy of the employment agreement that he never provided like he was required to by law. So instead, he sent me just these blown up screenshots of the paragraphs pertaining to the issues that he sent cease and desist orders for. And I was like, no. We requested the full employment agreement. You're supposed to provide it by law to your agents, and you withheld it from them. We want a full copy of this, so we're not going to be slapped with cease and desist orders from you constantly for things that we cannot foretell because you never gave us a full copy of this employment agreement. Okay, so if you see that really long employment agreements in fine print, beware. Read them. Be aware fully what your obligations are, what you can and can't do, if there's any non-compete agreements in them, and all kinds of stuff like that. Okay, be careful of those. Okay.
I have a quick question
Sure.
regarding compensation. So I've been seeing recently that people have like teams, so they all work under a certain broker, but it will be somebody's team that the agent is on. Does that vary how you get paid later on, that you don't only split of the broker but also the team leader, if that makes sense?
Who can you be paid by?
The broker.
And only your broker. So regardless if they have a team, the broker should get if somebody sets up a team in a brokerage, that doesn't make them their own brokerage within a brokerage. Okay, even though some of them act that way, they even come up with their own logos, and it becomes difficult to ascertain who is the broker and who's the agent here, what's going on. That needs to be clear. When we talk about advertising later in this chapter, we're going to address that. It needs to be clear, even if it's a team. But you're talking about the compensation. Well, you have the employment agreement with the broker. So your employment agreement would be with that broker, and you're going to get paid through with that broker. Their employment agreement should clearly state on there, even if you're part of that team, how much you're going to be getting paid. Okay, you don't get paid through the team leader. Okay, you get a check from your broker. If you're getting a check through a team leader, they're violating the law because only the broker can be paying you that you're employed under. And when you work in these teams like this, your broker should, if they're going to have any kind of other compensation agreement, it better be clearly stated. So you should be aware of that. Read your employment agreements is basically it. I can't tell you how one team works versus another, how one brokerage offers compensation versus another. You really have to read your agreements. Okay. So sorry, I can't help you with more than that, but that's the way it is, So the broker must provide there also has to be a provision in your employment agreements that any future changes to the contract will only be binding if both parties agree to those changes, right? Just like any other contract. You can't make unilateral changes on your own to a contract and then everybody who's named in that contract be legally bound to it. both parties have to sign and agree to the terms of any contract or any changes to a contract. Right? Works the same way with employment agreements. The broker must provide an agent with a written account of all monies due to the salesperson for transactions pending after termination within 30 days of their termination. So any deals that you were working on when you left that brokerage firm, your broker needs to give you a list of all those outstanding deals that possibly could close within 30 days and how much money you could stem to make from them. Because remember, depending on the transaction and how much work would be needed to be done, they may have to pay another agent to do work. You wouldn't be getting your full pay on those things. So they need to give you that breakdown within 30 days. Unless, of course, in your employment agreement, they just wrote zero, nada, nothing, zilch. You get nothing if you leave and you did not close on the deal. Okay. You got to read your employment agreements. That's all I can tell you.
Is it better for you just to close all your stuff before you even leave?
Yeah, but that may not be possible, because you're also advertising and marketing and trying to get new buyers and new sellers, right? So you're working on one deal while you're still getting others. Unless you stop all activities until you close your deal, but then you have no pipeline. So now when you go to the next brokerage firm, you're going to have a while with no business. So it may make sense for you to cut your losses. Realize that you're going to leave getting nothing out of it, but you're going to start anew elsewhere. So you got to see if it's worth it for you. How big is that transaction that you're leaving behind too? Yeah. But sometimes it's worth it just to cut ties. All right, guys. You want a snap picture of this? I have everything laid out over here. I'll show you what to highlight on the next page too, in the next slide. All right, here you go. Here's what you can highlight on the next slide. Page 20. So on page 37, you can see I wrote page 37 here. That's where you can find a sample of this independent contractor employment agreement. Let me go back to the last slide. I'll also grab you the link from the shared Google Drive. I copied a sample of that independent contractor agreement. You could also download and check out. All right, everybody good? All right. So advertising. Okay, now we're going to break into a big section here. Oof, a little bit behind. Big section here. New Jersey Real Estate Commission regulates advertisements offering to exchange, auction, and rent real property. And these rules are intended to let the public know exactly with whom they're dealing with. Who's the broker? Who's the salesperson, right? Or the team. All advertisements must comply with state and federal regulations, no matter what form of media is being used. Whether you're using print ads in magazines or newspapers or mailings, television, radio, social media, internet, websites, MLSs, or whatever kinds of social media apps you got, or billboards. It doesn't matter what form of media you use to advertise on. You must comply with the advertising rules. So you got to have certain disclosures in your ads. You can't use as an excuse, well, my ad was so small I couldn't fit the disclosure. That's your problem. Find a workaround. You need to follow the law. The law requires a certain disclosure. If you don't have room for it, find a workaround to make it there. And you could do that simply by, if it's like online, for example, make a clickable link that you click on it and then you get all the disclosures when they click on that link. Make it work. Otherwise, don't do it. You're still subject to the laws. So, ads must state the brokerage agency name, the brokerage name, the agency name, the company name, not the broker's name. The broker's name does not need to be in your ads. The brokerage's name, the agency, the company name does. The term realtor, realtist, real estate broker, or real estate agency, or have one of these realtor logos must be in your ads. Now, you may be asking, what is a realtist? I never heard of a realtist before. Well, that's what we call members of NAREB. That's the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. It's an African American Association of Realtors. Yes, there's not just one association of realtors. We always find ways to point out our differences. There's an African American Association of Realtors. There's a Hispanic Association of Realtors. There's an Asian Association of Realtors. There's Women's Council. There's a lot of different associations of realtors out there is basically the point. Either way, you need to have one of these terms in your ads. Realtor, realtist, real estate broker, real estate agency, or use one of the realtor logos as you see here. There's also one version in red. The one that's in red, when you see this reverse R in a red box, that's signifying commercial real estate. That's their commercial real estate logo. Now, the brokerage's name must be in larger type and more prominently displayed than your own. Now, this gets a little wacky when you start getting those real estate teams. Aaron, was that you that talked about teams? Sometimes they come up with their own logos. And where's the company logo? The company logo needs to be in larger type and more prominently displayed than anyone's. And then you could have maybe your team logo or team name and then your name. Okay, but you have to use your real first name and your real last name as it is on your real estate license. So the licensee's name must appear exactly as it is on their real estate license, with the exception of any middle name or initial which need not be used. You can substitute it with a nickname. For instance, if people are constantly mispronouncing your name, you got a nickname that people call you and you prefer to go by. You could have a nickname there in the middle, maybe a little bit larger in quotes, but you still need to have your real first name and your real last name as it is on your license. Excuse me. Ooh, I'm burping or hiccuping. Okay, so let's see. The salesperson's website or web page must have a link back to the brokerage's website, and if they have one, and include the brokerage's phone number. Any phone numbers that you put in an ad have to state what those numbers are to. Cell, fax, office, etc. You must never, ever, ever, ever use the term home office. Can anybody tell me why?
A broker's office has to have a main entrance from the outside in.
Well, I'm talking about you and your ads. How come you can never use the term home office in the ad?
You're supposed to have a space because you work off a brokerage. So you're supposed to have the brokers.
Who's the only one that could have an office in their home?
A broker.
So you can't have an office in your home. That's why you never use the term home office. Even though you may have a home office in your home for administrative purposes where you do your research and make phone calls, you're definitely not going to be meeting clients there because that's illegal. Okay. Only a broker is allowed to have an office in their home, but only when it meets those certain criteria which you were starting to spit out there. But yeah, because you're not allowed to have an office in your home. That's the answer. Okay, only a broker can. All right, so this is what your business card should look like. You see, you got your big smiley face up there, all in lights. Your company name is in larger type and more prominently displayed than yours. Your license type, you could put their salesperson, that's your license type, or you could put their, let's see what else. You could put the word salesperson or sales representative or sales associate, or write realtor-associate or realtist associate. You shouldn't be putting realtor if you're a salesperson, because you're not a realtor. Only a broker of record can be a realtor, technically. You would be a realtor-associate. Okay. You have your company's address and office number, and you can put your cell phone number, and you can even put your own website there. Have a link back to your company's website. That's fine. Don't get too busy with your business cards either. A little advice, my 2 cents. I've seen agents that had office number, cell phone, direct office number. I think that was their way of saying home office. Direct number, cell number, office fax, personal fax. They had like 3 email addresses and a couple of website addresses, and it got too busy. Listen, you need to keep your advertisements, including your business cards, looking clean, neat, and professional. You put too much information, what I have found, you confuse people. You give them too many options, they're going to stare at it for a while. They won't contact anybody. They're going to look at your card, they're going to stare at all the information, and then they're going to have a brain fart, and you're not going to do anything with it. They're not going to contact anybody. Okay. In my experience, heck, I even did that. I'm looking at the guy's business card. I didn't know what number to call, what website to go to. I was like, what the hell? It was so busy. Okay. So this is the suggested layout of your business cards. Or if you're a broker, it's the same layout here. You're a broker salesperson. You're allowed to use broker salesperson, broker associate, associate broker, realtor associate, or broker salesperson. Okay, but everything else is still the same. You see how the first name and last name you got to use, and you can put your optional nickname up there. All right. All property ads must specify the municipal location. Municipal location? What's a municipality? You must not use the term in the vicinity of, in lieu of, that means in
Township.
the municipal location. It could be used in addition to it. New Jersey has 5 types of municipalities: cities, towns, townships, boroughs, and villages. Those are the 5 types of municipalities in New Jersey. Now, I'm full of useless information. Anybody want to guess why we just don't call them municipalities? Why do we call them cities, towns, townships, boroughs, or villages? Anybody know? Or want to take a guess at it?
Population.
No. Something simpler than you'd even think.
It's how the name was incorporated when it was first established. So a town can mean something different than a borough, and so it's all municipality or suburb, like suburb. But I think like a township would have been established if it met certain requirements to be called a township. Like you can't be over a certain population, other things like that, right?
All right. Listen,
Am I making it too complicated?
Listen, I got a friend that will swear, and he still swears to this day, and I get into arguments with him all the time over it. He says it can't be called a city unless it has a hospital in it. Really? I live in Linden. Linden, well, show me where the hospital is, because there ain't no hospital in Linden. Right? So a lot of people got a lot of reasons for them. If you go to Wikipedia, you could probably find this out. There's many types of municipalities. The type of municipalities is reflecting upon the form of government that they chose to manage the municipality. That's it. And there's different types of structures. Like, let me give you an example for a city, since I live in a city. A city has a mayor and it has a city council. But there's a lot of different breakdowns of that. You could have strong mayor, weak council, or weak mayor, strong council. And what does that mean? I don't want to get too far into the rabbit hole of this, but it deals with the powers and the management, how they're going to manage the municipalities. It could be interesting if that kind of thing interests you. Just take a look at Wikipedia. They've got an example there, a layout of all kinds of municipal structures. Okay. What dictates the type of municipal structure that a municipality chooses or selects? You know what? Here, let's ask my computer here. Wait, can we find it? Let me minimize this for a second. Let's see my my AI Copilot here. Let's see. What determines the type of municipal structure that a municipality chooses?
Municipal structure is determined by factors like population size, geographic area, local governance needs, and state laws. Each municipality chooses a structure that best fits its unique context and requirements.
All right. That doesn't tell me nothing. Yeah, I guess we're better. I guess we're better off looking at the Wikipedia. Actually, had a good explanation I seen on that, and it really gets into the weeds of the breakdown of the types of municipal structures. Is that Wikipedia site even up still? Wikipedia, yeah, it is. Wikipedia. All right, and let me look at types of classification of municipalities and no, I'm not going to donate. Geez, they really want you to donate for that Wikipedia. What? Confirming. News in New Jersey. How about that? So you get these big write-ups here. I wrote, what determines the type of municipal structure is used in New Jersey? And yeah, you got to read through a lot of nonsense before you get to it. Fertile lands. Oh, they get into all kinds of stuff. From military to religion to, wait, where did it go? Prehistoric area, colonial. Yeah, this is a rabbit hole that I do not wish to go down right now. They used to have it structured pretty nice, but now they're really getting into the weeds with a lot of links and sublinks and all kinds of stuff here. That's, let's see, demographic, government and policies. Let's just try municipal. Okay, list of municipalities in New Jersey. Oh no, they're listing each municipality now. Okay. Yeah, see, that's a rabbit hole. You got to do a little research on that. I don't want to do that right now. But it's the type of municipal structure that they've chosen to manage the municipality. That's the basic gist of it. But of course, they got to follow laws and and such, which determine which municipal structures they can select. Let's go back to the Zoom here. Okay, so municipal location does not need to be included in the ad if the property falls underneath the heading. For instance, if the property's in Edison Township, so it's under the heading of Edison. Each individual property ad under that heading does not need to say Edison, 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 because it's under a heading. You know, like in a newspaper or a magazine or on a website. If it says Edison as the title, all the properties under that heading are in Edison. So you don't need to put in each individual property ad that it's in Edison. That's what they mean that you don't need to disclose that if it's under a heading. Now, can you use the term in the vicinity of in an ad? Yes, you can, as long as you're not using it in place of the actual municipal location where the property is located. Let me give you an example. Are you guys familiar with the Edison Tower in Edison? Thomas Edison had a lot of laboratories all over the state of New Jersey. And 27, you got the train tracks on the left side, and on the right side, you'll see, I think they put up a sign over there now that says Edison Tower. So now they even have a sign there that points to it. But it leads to this section. It's a road that goes through a residential neighborhood, tree-lined streets. Then all of a sudden, it breaks out to a big open area with no trees or anything, and just this huge tower in an open area. That's Thomas Edison's tower. So this is known by the locals as the Edison Tower section. However, there's areas back there that are Edison and areas back there that are Island, which falls under the Woodbridge municipality, the Woodbridge townships. So different schools, different taxing bodies, different city services. So this would be important to a home buyer that's buying back there to know which actual, I don't want to know what it's in the area of, in the vicinity of Edison Tower. Is it in actual Edison or is it in Island? Because they're two different school systems entirely. Okay, that may be important to parents. That may be important to people for the types of city services and such that are being supplied. So because of that, we need to disclose what the actual municipality where the property is located. There will be an exam question on this. That's the only reason why I'm spending time on explaining it. If in an ad you also mention a membership in an MLS, you must spell out the full name of every MLS that you're a member of in that ad. If it's more than 20 lines or wider than one column. This does not include business cards or for sale signs. You could use just that generic MLS logo like you see right here. You guys are seeing the slideshow, right? I got you back on there? Yeah. So you see the generic, you got the Realtor logo and a generic MLS logo here. It just says multiple listing system or service. So there's more than one MLS in the state of New Jersey. Okay. So you need to spell out the full name of each MLS that you're a member of. See, anytime in an advertisement, you dangle a carrot out there and you say something like warranty included or member of an MLS, full disclosure is required. You got to fully disclose which MLS are you a member of. Okay. Ads that refer to a home warranty, same thing. You got to state if the warranty is mandatory, if an inspection is required, who's responsible for paying the fee, who's the warranty company, what's covered, how much does it cost. The basic rule of thumb to go by is full disclosure is required anytime you're offering something extra to the public where the consumer may have additional questions. Okay. Buyer's rebates mentioned in an ad must disclose that it's the buyer's responsibility for paying any applicable income taxes, and they're advised to consult with a tax professional in regards to receiving this rebate. So let's do the highlights. Page 20, under advertising. third paragraph down. Everybody got that? Okay, 21. This is all that stuff that was on that previous slide. We're just highlighting it in the book now. Say I got it when you guys have everything, so I know.
I got it.
All right. Look, here's a listing of all the different MLSs in New Jersey. More than one, obviously. So I give you a little breakdown for how this works. You can only join an MLS if your broker is a member of that MLS and you're licensed and a member of the Realtors Association in good standing, meaning that you've completed your Code of Ethics training class and you paid your dues. You got to complete that Code of Ethics training class within 45 days of getting your membership, and then you got to redo it every 3 years. This is different from the ethics classes that you take to renew your license. This is for the Realtors Association. So you're going to be a member of 3 associations of realtors: a local, whichever one your broker is a member of, the state NJ Realtors, and NAR, the National Association of Realtors. The local association will bill you for all 3 and sign you up for all 3. Okay. So I just got links here in this slide that shows you all the different local associations of realtors. Not going to get into it too deep, but I'll just show it to you really quick. So there's quite a few different associations of realtors here in New Jersey. And njrealtor.com is the State Association of Realtors website, if you want to write that down somewhere, njrealtor.com. And then NAR, National Association of Realtors. Realtor.com is this public's website. For us, it's realtor.org, or they redirect that now to their own top-level domain. It's nar.realtor, nar.realtor. That's a website special for us. It has all kinds of information. You guys could even go there now and get access to some of the things without a login. But some things require a login in order to, you have the membership to get access to. Now, each MLS has their own membership fees. And every MLS in New Jersey, which I got a link to here, will have a listing of all 21 counties and all 564 municipalities. But whichever one the majority of the agents use in a particular area is what determines which is the primary MLS for that area. So if you get a listing in a town, the MLS that most of the agents in that town would use, that's the primary MLS. So that's where you should put your listing, right? You don't get a listing in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and then put it in the Cape May County MLS. First of all, nobody that's looking for a home in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and Union County is going to be looking in the Cape May County MLS for a property all the way up here. They're probably not even going to have a membership to it. So even though you're technically compliance with the law by putting it in an MLS, you're not serving your client's best interest or doing them right by putting it in an MLS that you know that most agents are not going to be looking in. And you're not going to get a lot of activity on it. So let me give you a list. Here's a list of all the MLSs in New Jersey. You got the All Jersey MLS, formerly Central Jersey MLS, formerly Middlesex County MLS. So guess what is their primary area still? Middlesex County. They're just trying to change it and widen their market share by changing the name. So they changed their name to Central Jersey MLS, and then they said, wait a minute, we're going to change our name to Central Jersey to get a wider market share. Why don't we just make it All Jersey? So now they changed it to All Jersey MLS. Bright MLS used to be called, oh shit, what did they used to be called? Dang it, I forget. Let me see, maybe I have it on the slide. Let's see. Yeah, Bright MLS formerly used to be called Trend. And they cover the southwestern part of the state of New Jersey, everything from Mercer County straight down to Atlantic and make a left. So Mercer, Cumberland, Atlantic, Camden, Gloucester, Salem, and Cumberland counties. They also cover Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Delaware. So even though we could see listings in those areas, we cannot put them in those areas because we're not licensed in those states. Let's see, we also have the, let's go back to that website here. So we got Cape May County MLS, Garden State MLS, Moore MLS, New Jersey MLS, Realty Multiple Listing Systems, and South Jersey Shore MLS. Okay, I gave you a better breakdown of them on my slide. So the Moore MLS now merged with the Southern Ocean MLS and the Cape May County MLS. So Moore MLS is the Monmouth Ocean Regional MLS. Okay, it actually just used to be MOMS. Yeah, MOMLS. It was the Monmouth Ocean County MLS, which covered all of Monmouth County, as you can see on this map, all of Monmouth County and the northern part of Ocean County. And then there's a separate Southern Ocean County MLS. So I guess they all merged, and now they're called Moore MLS, the Monmouth Ocean Regional MLS. But they now merged with the Southern Ocean MLS and the Cape May County MLS. It's not complete yet, but when you join All Jersey MLS, they are also merging with the Monmouth Ocean County MLS, and by extension, Southern Ocean and Cape May County MLSs. All this is coming very soon. This is the changes that are happening right now. They're not in effect yet, but they're instituting it. We actually even have a stockholders meeting that's happening this month, I believe, the end of the month. Yes, on the 23rd of the month of October. We're going to have a stockholders meeting for all the brokers that hold ownership in the All Jersey MLS to go over these changes. That covers the Hudson County MLS, except for the northernmost region. So it covers Hudson County, except for the northernmost region. So that's formerly called the Hudson County MLS. The northernmost section of Hudson County, Bergen and Passaic is covered by, well, what is it covered by? Oh, NJMLS. The NJMLS covers those areas. Okay, Bright MLS, I already told you they cover Mercer straight down in the south and the southwestern part of the state. And then you got the Cape May County MLS, which covers all of Cape May County. Okay, these are primarily the residential MLSs that are used by most real estate agents, but you could also put commercial properties, commercial listings, industrial listings, businesses for sale, all kinds of stuff like that, land sales. You could put them in these MLSs. But these MLSs require you to be a licensed real estate agent, and you could only join them, most of them require that you be a member of a realtors association in good standing. Not all of them, but most of them. Now, these are the primarily commercial MLSs in New Jersey. CoStar, they're the largest commercial MLS in the world. LoopNet, it's a smaller and more affordable commercial MLS you could break into. They were bought by CoStar several years back. So that's LoopNet. They're owned by CoStar now. Then we have CIMLS. That's the commercial industrial MLS. They're only commercial. This is the only commercial MLS that's owned by a realtors association. So they require you to have a real estate license and be a realtor in good standing to get access to that one. And then here's some other resources. These are not MLSs, but they are resources for you. You got 10X, that's a LoopNet auctions, formerly called auction.com. And then Crexi, that's a commercial marketplace. It's not an MLS, but it's a commercial marketplace for commercial properties. Commercial real estate's cutthroat. You know, you need somebody that really gives you training on it, because you could have property owners that they could sign up for CoStar or LoopNet themselves and put their own listings in there. So you need to have some sort of way of showing your value to them. What do you offer me that I can't get on my own? I could join the MLS on my own as a property owner. So what are you offering me? You know, you better have some either experience or some clients or something under your belt that you could convince that property owner to list with you. Commercial real estate's pretty cutthroat in that way. So no license is required for any of these MLSs, but they're pretty damn expensive. LoopNet is a cheaper one. I think they have a startup entry one you could get into for $75 a month. But if you want to put listings in there for $150 a month, you could put up to 5 listings in there, unless they changed it. I don't know. CoStar, last time I checked with them for membership, it was $325 a month. You better be serious about commercial real estate before you buy membership into that. But what are you getting out of these commercial real estate MLSs that are so much more expensive than these ones that you could also put the commercial listings in? You're paying for data, my friends. You're paying for information. In the residential MLSs, you're paying for access. In the commercial ones, you're paying for data, for information. So what kind of information? You guys ever watch, what's that program on TV? Better Rescue. With John Tapper, he goes in there, finds bars that are failing and sees why they're failing and then tries to turn them around. You guys ever watch that show on TV? The Bar Rescue? When he goes in there and he sees that the a bar's failing, he does his little undercover work first and, you know, goes in there like a bull in a china factory and, you know, tries to tear down the place and everybody in it, point out their faults. But when he decides he's going to redo the bar, he pulls out these blueprints of the building, and he'll also pull another printout of everything in the area. He says, listen, here's a map. Your property's located right here. And this is everything within 1 mile, 3 miles, and 5 miles of this location. So he's like, who primarily is in this area? And he goes over, it's either like married couples with families or college-age kids, or is this blue-collar workers or white-collar workers in this area? You gotta You can't just put up a bar. It's a business. You can't just build it and hope they'll come. There's a science to it. You have to target the audience of the people who are in the immediate vicinity of it. You know, people don't like to drive far distances to go to bars. They like to go to local. So is this in a business district? Okay, maybe we could put up maybe a martini bar, or maybe we could put up a whiskey bar. You know, those ones for the business class, you know, or maybe it's a blue collar workers, so it's more of a shot and beer type of bar. You know, you got to really build it to the type of clientele. You know, if it's in an area with a lot of married couples, it's not going to be a pickup joint. So you gotta put that business together accordingly. You know, if there's a lot of singles in that area, hey, maybe it could be a pickup bar, you know, where you go to mix and mingle and meet people, you know. But where does he get this information? Well, the MLS. So he says, listen, everybody that lives within a certain radius of this area, and then he pulls up their demographics, like their income, their relationship status, ethnicity, religion, whether they're owner occupants versus renters. He could tell you how many cars pass by this street every day. And he says, this signage will not do. Look how dark it is. We need to put up better signage here. You got so many thousands of vehicles that drive by this location each day. And like, where do they get that information from? Well, you got somebody out there like CoStar. They actually send people out with a counter and they do a traffic count, you know, or you remember the way gas stations used to be, where you drive into a gas station and a bell rings when you drive over that hose? Okay. They got those out in the streets. You could be driving down the street, or you could be coming off of an exit from a highway and you're driving over those things. They're put in place either by places like CoStar or by the DOT, the Department of Transportation. And they keep a database of how many vehicles are driving by. These people put it in a database. They make it available for agents to research. And that's what you're paying for. Okay, they're the aggregates of the information, and you're paying for that information. The information is valuable. However, this information would be discriminatory if it was in these primarily residential MLSs, which could also advertise commercials and business commercial listings and businesses, because there's no reason for you to know the demographics of who lives in an area when you're shopping for residential real estate, right? We're not supposed to search for homes based on those criteria. That's discriminatory. However, if you're starting up a business like a bar, like I just gave you an example, like John Paffer does on that Bar Rescue show, or how about this? Let's come up with some ideas. Anybody can eat ethnic foods from different ethnicities, right? But if you're going to have like a Thai restaurant or like Chinese food is common. Everybody eats Chinese food. They take it to go these days, you know. But let's just say we're going to put up a restaurant for a certain type of ethnic food. Okay, that's not very common. You want to put it in a population where there is a high population of that certain ethnicity. You know that they'll get more business. Like, take, for example, let's talk about clothing stores. Like the fancy brightly colored dresses that the Indian ladies wear, they're called saris. You guys familiar with this? Well, anybody can buy those or wear them, but who primarily buys them? It's people in the Indian culture, right? So wouldn't it be smarter to put up a clothing store that's selling these sari dresses in areas that have high Indian populations? Okay, it's just a smart business decision. You need to make decisions based on who your target audience is. You don't just start up a business and say, we build it and they'll come. You're going to fail in business really quick. You need to know who your target audience is for your products or services, and then put that business in an area that has that high population of that, your demographic that you're looking for. So this is why commercial MLSs have all this information, but that information would be discriminatory in the residential MLSs. Okay. I gave you the breakdown of that. If you guys want to snap a picture of this, be my guest. Put it together for you. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah.
Just wanted to know where Zillow falls in all of this. Or like, do they take data from these MLSs and put it, or do you have to, like, how does that work?
Yeah, Zillow, they basically take our information because our MLSs that we pay for a membership for, they sell our data that we get to places like Zillow and Trulia, and they put them up on their websites. And then they advertise them and they sell advertising spots to you. It could be your listing. And if you want to get your listing, your name next to your own listing on their website, they're going to charge you a fee. How you like them apples, huh? It's my listing. It's my intellectual property. I took them damn pictures. But you don't, the MLS, this is why the MLSs don't allow you to brand your pictures with your logos, your company logos on them. Because they're going to resell it to Zillow, and Zillow is going to put that information out there. Now you have to allow it because real estate agents started saying, wait a minute, this is bullshit. This is my intellectual property. I went out and I got this listing. I spent the money to get this listing. I did the hard work. I took these pictures and now they're just using it. Now they're going to sell me advertising space next to my own damn listing so I could get leads for my own listing. This is BS. So the MLS has now changed it a little bit that you have to give permission for them to put it out to any third-party website. So you either get it out there or it just stays on the MLS. And so, wait a minute, that's not right either. But that's the way that they're doing it. That's the approach. Our MLSs are making money off of us. They're charging us fees for the tools that they make money off of our intellectual property because they're just a database. That's all they are. We're entering the information into that database that then they resell. And then those other people they resell it to charge us advertising space on those websites. That's what Zillow is.
There's also Red Door. Does that work the same? Or Redfin or Red Door?
Redfin is a real estate brokerage. They're actually one of the first ones that integrated all kinds of these technologies like Zillow put together on their own real estate brokerage site. But they started out west, like in what are those western states over there, all the way out to the west there on the coast. Not in Well, I think they're in California, but they started north, I think north of California there. Oh my God, I'm having a brain fart of what states are out there. Washington State and Oregon, all those. Those are the states that they were that they started in, and they have all of that information in addition to their listings. Okay, so they were very interactive in hopping on. They spent a lot of money on technology for their own real estate websites. They include information like Zillow does, but it was through the real estate brokerage. Okay. But yeah, they're actually their own broker, but Zillow is not. Trulia is not. They just use data that they aggregate from the MLSs that they buy from them, and then they sell advertising. They sell lead services to us. They turn around and contact you. You're gonna get, once you get licensed, you're gonna start getting calls from Zillow and Trulia. Hey, would you like to buy an exclusive territory and advertisements in these areas? Well, that's my market. That's my area. Yeah, but do you want to buy it? If you want to get leads from these areas, you got to pay us. You want to advertise next to these listings? Wait a minute, that's my listing. Well, if you want to advertise next to it and get leads from it, you got to pay us. That's some bull. Yeah, that's how their business model works. And that's how they got rich. And then they started investing in real estate too. You know, just like BlackRock and some of these other investment groups, these Wall Street groups, unfortunately, they drove up the prices of real estate and made it unobtainable for most of us now, because they were in collusion with a lot of politicians who were looking to change the zoning laws. And some of them still are. I got them in my town that they're trying to do this still. Now, this was something that originated in the Obama administration. They came up with this idea that suburban communities, you guys know what a suburban community is? It's based off of 1 and 2 family houses. You know, homes that are people live a little bit further apart. You're not in high rises and apartment buildings. Suburbia, you got your own backyard. You know, you're a little bit spaced out from your neighbor. You're not living on top of them. Okay, that's what suburbia, suburban community is. Well, you know, he came up with this idea that we're going to change this all around. You know, there's too many people that are rich. Okay, well, we're not rich. We're in suburbia. We're not rich. We got a single family house. Okay, well, yeah, it's the middle class. Okay, so how can we elevate the lower class, the poor? Well, let's drag down the middle class. Let's get rid of them altogether. So they came up with this idea that suburbia is racist. As if Black people and people of color cannot own a single family house. It's the dumbest thing. I think it's a racist comment to say all on your own. So in time, that was squashed because on its surface, you could point out how that's a BS argument. But now you're getting politicians that are still clinging to that same idea, but instead, they're wanting to build up these communities. They're saying, okay, we got to rezone suburbia now because you know, state requirements that we have more low income and affordable housing. So we're going to build it in suburbia because they take up too much land. Then how come you didn't tell some of the developers that you gave these permits to build all these high rises? You guys ever see those in your town? I know you guys got Meridia developments all over the place, right? All these high-rise developments from these developers all over. They're popping up everywhere. You guys seen them in your towns? They're all over the place. How come they don't have any low-income or affordable housing in them? States required each municipality to maintain a list of every new construction unit. There has to be a 20% set aside for low-income and affordable housing that they have not been requiring builders to build. And now all of a sudden it's an emergency because the state's now coming down on the municipalities. How come you've not been building them? Oh, okay, now it's an emergency. We'll build them. Where can we build them? We're going to build them in suburbia. We're going to change the zoning laws. No more single families. Instead, we're going to allow apartment buildings and high rises in those areas. And there is where we'll put our low income and affordable housing. What is that going to do to our property values now? What is it going to do to our privacy? What is it going to do to our suburban community? You know, that's a way that they worked it around to still get what they wanted in there. And politicians are doing that right now, and it's being fought. So these are some issues that you're going to start seeing now as you're breaking into the real estate market. You know, a lot of you guys came to my house to pick up your books, right? The ones that, you know, I live in a suburban community. It's all single family homes around here. But right down the block from me, they're going to be putting up high-rise, low-income and affordable housing. That's one of their first projects. They got all the other ones downtown, which are all very expensive. Not a single affordable housing unit there. This is the way that they're doing it. We're going to see. All right, let's copy this. This talks about the home warranty, which that was on that previous slide I spoke about too. Offering home warranties or rebates to buyers. You got to tell them to speak to a tax professional. All right. Page 21, Regulation Z. An ad may not indiscriminately promise financing. If you talk about financing in an ad, you must discriminate. No, I'm not talking about racial discrimination, the negative type of discrimination. The word discrimination is not a negative word. To discriminate means to be selective. We're all familiar when we hear the word discriminate, we associate it immediately to the negative version of it, which is like racial discrimination. But if you talk about financing in an ad, You must discriminate. You have to use the words to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. Otherwise, anybody who sees your promising of financing in an ad assumes that they could get it, and they may not. So we must put in those ads to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. That's the phrases that we should use. According to Regulation Z, don't worry, I'm going to have one slide for all the information you need to know about Regulation Z, which actually covers about 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 pages. I summarized everything you need to know. But anyway, right now, an ad may not indiscriminately promise financing. So all loan terms must use the words to a qualified buyer. And any sums mentioned in the terms of payments or financing must be qualified by the word approximate or estimated. If such a statement is not qualified, the broker must have written proof of its validity and maintain this record for 12 months. Okay. At the top above this highlight, I want you to write Regulation Z, page 291-293, where that's like a much later chapter that first talks about Regulation Z. I'm going to talk about it well before we get there. So you guys got that? That's 1, 2, 3. That's the 4th paragraph on page 21. This is the 4th paragraph on page 21.
Got it.
All right, so here's my slide. You may want to snap a picture of this one. This is everything you need to know about Regulation Z in one place. It's clearly explained. And trust me, it's a lot easier to study than the highlights that you're going to have that are going to be disjointed and disassociated all over the book. So now that you have that, Regulation Z is a federal law. Regulation Z implements TILA. Hold on one second. Let me start over with this. Okay, so Regulation Z. What is Regulation Z? It's a federal law that implements TILA. That's the Truth in Lending Act. It requires full disclosure when talking about financing in an advertisement, when certain triggering terms are used. I got triggering terms in quotes there because what is a triggering term is something that we're going to need to learn, and that's in the next paragraph that I have here. Triggering terms are words that are used in an ad that would require full disclosure of financing terms and a qualifying statement to avoid indiscriminately promising financing to everyone who may see the ad. If in an ad you use these triggering terms, if you mention an interest rate, a payment amount or financing payment amount, down payment amount, or the term, like the number of payments or years, full disclosure is required. Now you have to state to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer in order to discriminate who can get this financing. Those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. And now full disclosure would be required, where you have to now disclose the APR, which is different than the interest rate. You would have to disclose the APR, that's the annual percentage rate. It's different than the interest rate because what it does is it factors in all those one-time, non-reoccurring payments associated with obtaining the financing. Like if an appraisal is required first. So that's a one-time fee, or an application fee or something of that nature. These are one-time, non-reoccurring fees that are associated with obtaining the financing. If you were to factor them into the interest rate over the life of the loan and then break it down to the annual interest change that it would make, that's called the APR, the annual percentage rate. So the APR is always just a smidgen little bit higher than the actual interest rates that are advertised. It's the actual percentage rate that you effectively pay if you were to factor in all those one-time, non-recurring fees associated with getting the loan. You have to also disclose the down payment amount if one is required, as well as the term. the number of payments or payment periods. Now, this does not apply to business or commercial loans or cash transactions, reverse mortgages, land loans with removable dwellings like mobile homes. And if in an ad you don't put in the required disclosures and follow this law when promising financing and talking about financing in an ad, the penalties for violating an administrative order of Regulation Z is $10,000 per day that ad out there that's violating the law that does not include the required disclosures is in the public domain, plus attorney fees. And willful violation is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to a $5,000 fine and up to a year in prison. So, check this out. Regulation Z is also another law that does not only pertain to real estate. You guys see those pots and pans that are advertised for sale? Those non-stick pots and pans that are advertised on infomercials on TV? And they tell you, you can get it for this much. Oh, wait, we're going to add in this, and we're going to add in this, and then we're going to add in a second set, but only for the low, low fee of this. Nope, not today. We're going to cross that out. We're going to offer it for this price. However, you can make it with 3 or 4 easy payments of, that's a triggering term. They're not just talking about the sale price. Now they're talking about financing. So even they need to follow this law. So if you ever look at the small fine print on those commercials, they talk about, you'll see there either the words Regulation Z or Truth in Lending Act or TILA listed there. What about car commercials? You ever see this on car commercials? You got the speed talker and you got that same text, the fine print text, it's the same color as the background practically that you can hardly read. Well, they're in compliance with the law, I guess. They got it up there. But this is all the stuff that they're disclosing. So it's not only applying to real estate, which, by the way, why would you as a real estate agent talk about financing in an ad? Are you offering financing to the public? No, you're not. So why would we be talking about financing in an ad? Well, sometimes real estate agents, they take classes or they get these ideas that let's offer in our advertisement, let's make it seem like it's more affordable. Instead of telling people this property that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, that seems like a huge number. Most people may not be interested in buying this property. Let's break down the cost to a monthly payment. Tell them you could get into this house for as little as this much a month. I've actually even seen agents break it down to a weekly and even to a daily payment amount. Well, you better make sure that amount is accurate and it really does exist. And you're working with a mortgage rep to make sure they run down those numbers properly, because you can't just be putting false numbers out there either. All right. But otherwise, there's no reason for a real estate agent to mention financing in an ad. But if you decide that you're going to do this, full disclosure is required. I recently actually had come across some people. I always look at stuff on Facebook and YouTube and all the social medias. And, I recently seen a girl, a lady, she put out some advertisements. She seems like a new agent, though, but she's got listings and she's going about it right. She's got a nice presence that she could be like a model on TV, in one of these HGTV things. So, I reached out to her, though, because all of the advertisements she was talking about, you could get into this house for a monthly payment of this. You could get into this house for a down payment as low as this. And there's no full disclosure or anything. So I actually sent her a message, and just to give her a heads up, instead of posting it on her posts and make her look stupid, I sent her a private message, and I said, listen, you got a great presence out there and you're going to do really good in the industry, but you got to follow the laws. Nobody may have reported you yet, but investigators are out there always trolling these sites. And if they come across one of your advertisements, where you are putting out information without the required disclosures by federal and state law, you're going to get fined heavily and you can lose your real estate license. And I mentioned to her Regulation Z and the Truth in Lending Act, and she was like, what's that? Oh my God. Real estate class that you took when you got your real estate license. A lot of people tend to be like, okay, I struggled. I did what I need to do to get my real estate license. Now I'm going to be out there and I'm going to be a salesperson and I'm going to look good doing it. But forget about all the laws and rules that I had to take that exam to learn. She's going to get herself in trouble because of this, you know. But I reached out and I told her, you got to put these disclosures in because this is that, this is that. I gave her a little education that she apparently forgot from her real estate school days, you know. But I'm not out there to be trolling and teaching everybody the laws. But I'm telling you, real estate investigators are out there, or even competition, her other competition in real estate industry. Someone's going to be mad because she's successful, because, you know, people always covet what other people have, and there's always haters out there. That's how you know you're doing well. You know, once people start filing complaints against you, you know you're doing well, right? Because your haters are always going to want to drag you down with them. And she's going to start getting fines and she's going to start getting in trouble. So you guys need to know this stuff. It's not just going to be on exams, but you need to know it for afterwards. Okay. So Regulation Z, I got this. Snap your screenshots if you didn't take it already. You really need to know this stuff, not just for exams, but to implement your actual business. When you write up your own advertisements, if you talk about financing, you guys better follow the law. Because look at the fine, $10,000 a day. If you put this in a magazine, a real estate magazine, most real estate magazines are published monthly. I know of a couple that are published bi-weekly, but still, that's 14 days. 14 days times $10,000 per day fine. That could put you out of business. That's big numbers. We're not talking up to 10,000. We're talking $10,000 a day fine, right? So this is a lot of money. Make sure before you put your advertisements out there, especially as new agents, run them by your brokers too. Let them take it a second glance. Make sure you have all your required disclosures and stuff in your ads. All right, moving along. So here's on page 291. If you want to go do the highlights now, since we talked about all this stuff, turn to page 291 and let's start doing some highlights there. After you're done with these highlights, don't turn away though, because then we're going to just turn the page and we're going to do some more highlighting. Just let me know when you guys have all this, okay?
Got it.
All right. Is everybody good? Anybody still writing? Nobody still writing? Okay. Changing the slide. Next page. Look at this. The loan application is considered complete when the prospective borrower provides their address of the property, the loan amount requested, the income, the estimated property value, the names of the borrowers and their social security, numbers. In other words, the acronym is aliens. So aliens, the address of the property. L, the loan amount requested. I, their income. E, the estimated property value. N, the names of the borrowers. And S, their social security numbers. Aliens. Yes, that's an acronym that we'll need to know. So if we back it up a little bit, look, this is the same stuff that I had on the previous slide, that one slide I had about Regulation Z, except I didn't mention this thing. Because this is talking about the Your Home Loan Toolkit. It's a little bit something different about shopping for and comparing loan costs. So I told you President Obama created this this new agency called the CFPB. That's the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So TRID requires, TRID is the reason I drink, okay? That's a joke the Real Estate Commission, somebody at the Real Estate Commission told me, that this whole body of laws, these changes that the CFPB implemented, drove them batty. They're like, it's the reason I drink. It's actually the TILA RESPA integrated disclosure statement, because the CFPB integrated a bunch of these different forms that were already out there. And this Your Home Loan Toolkit has to be put in the mail within 3 days of the completed loan application. And the lender's not allowed to charge any application fees or run credit reports or any of that stuff until after they provided the until after the borrower completed their loan application and provided the information required by aliens. When the aliens have landed, that's when they could start charging fees, and then they have to give those disclosures within certain time frames. Okay. Yes, this is all stuff we're going to have to learn about in a later chapter. Trust me, it's not fun, but okay. Next page, 292. 3-day right of rescission only applies to refinancing. And this right of rescission does not apply to residential purchase money first mortgage loans. What is that? Here, I wrote a note. It's purchase money mortgage is any loan, including seller financing, used to buy real estate. And then here we got Regulation Z applies to all credit advertising if any one of the following triggering terms is used. Oh, what's a triggering term? It's a term that would require full disclosure in your advertising, right? And here are some of those examples of what a triggering term is. And then this arrow is going to point to an area, which will be on the next slide, that shows you some examples of how it would look in an ad. So the amount or percentage of down payment, number of payments or payment periods, amount of any payment, and the amount of any finance charge, the interest rate. We good? Anybody still writing? Okay, I see thumbs up. Okay. Okay. Let me know when you're done.
I'm done. I'm left-handed, so it takes me a long time to write.
Well, then you should switch hands. So then on the next page, 293, it just draws the, oh, actually, or is that the same page? Was it? Yeah, we're 292. Okay, then on the next page, 293, it points to this example of what those would look like. 30-year loan available, or payment of $1,432, including principal and interest, or only 5% down. These are triggering terms that would trigger the full disclosure requirement. Then you'd have to use a term like to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. And then these ones are just examples of, these are not triggering terms. And these ones would trigger the full disclosure. How are we doing? Everybody got that? What about our lefty? All right. And also on page 293, the penalties. You see how all this stuff is all over the place, and it doesn't even explain it as clearly as I do on my one slide that you snap a picture of. All right.
Quick question.
Yep.
Are all of the tests for all of the real estate schools the same test?
No.
No, it's up to each school, whichever test they
Yeah.
have.
A lot of schools get their exam from the book manufacturer. They give us 2 different exams that we could give, with which each publishing of the new book, they give 2 different exams. So what I did is, especially since we moved to online teaching here, I realized that, trying to, you got to print out all these exams, then you got to share these exams with people, and then, doing the paper exams and handing them out, people put marks on them, and yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Then you got to throw them away if you could see circles or marks on them in the writing. So I moved to have them electronic. You could have the exams online. You could take them through the computer or a device. So that's the way we give them now. Plus, I could have a database of hundreds or thousands of questions in it. And I say there's so many questions that should be picked from this category, so many questions from this category. And you could be sitting next to someone else and the exam is totally different that they get. Okay. You may not get the same questions, or you could get the same questions, but just in a different order. So if we're in a classroom environment, it makes it a lot harder to cheat when you're sitting right next to each other, or even after you're at home and you're both taking a computer exam right next to each other. It makes it a lot harder for people to cheat. So the questions are at random. Especially since I know this book manufacturer, some people, I don't know how they got it. They got it from an instructor somewhere who posted these exams online. Yeah. So I tell people, listen, we give our exam online. It's not, we don't proctor it like the state does. If you cheat, you're cheating yourself. Because if you manage to pass our exam by cheating, and then you go to take the state exam, you're going to be paying $38 for each and every exam attempt. And if you keep failing it, it's just going to cost you more and more money, and you're only hurting yourself if you cannot pass this exam. So if you want to cheat, go ahead. You're cheating yourself. you know. But state exam, they're not so lenient. They want your cameras on, they want the audio on, they want you to pan the camera around the room, make sure that you don't have any cell phones or tablets or electronic devices or books or notes or anything like that there to cheat. And if somebody walks in the room, you better not be having a conversation with somebody. You shouldn't have anybody walking in the room while you're taking the exam. Otherwise, fail. They actually stop the exam right then and there, and it'll boot you out. If you get up and you leave this imaginary AI circle around you, boom, the exam stops and kicks you out. And if you don't log back in right away, they're going to call you up and see if you're having technical difficulties and what's the problem. Why were you booted out? You know.
I have a question. Do you, sorry to cut you off, do you suggest that we take the exam online or in person?
That's totally choice, totally by choice, whatever you feel more comfortable with. Me personally, I wouldn't mind taking it online because I could take it in the comfort of my own home. I don't have to rush anywhere. I don't need to get patted down, you know, you know, it's just a little more comfortable of an environment. It depends on your house. I don't know. You may have people that are yelling around and screaming and you can't keep them out of the room. Then you may want to go there. But if you could tell everybody to shut the hell up for 4 hours while you try to take this exam, it could be, they give you 4 hours, but you should be done in 2. Tell people, do not disturb you. Do not come in the room. Otherwise, they're going to get it beaten. Then you should be fine, you know. But if you can't get that silence or that respect from people staying out of the room while you're taking the exam, go to the testing center. I personally don't like the testing center because you also get the people that do these annoying little things like tapping their feet or having a pen and they're like, they're tapping their foot or they're doing something annoying that's just, you're trying to concentrate and they're throwing you off. Okay. That's usually it's quiet as a pin drop in there, but you'll get somebody every now and then that's like that. You know, and for that reason, I don't like the testing center. But if you can't get away from family and get some peace of quiet, that still may be a better option. Right? So it's totally up to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, and once again, here's that slide with all of the notes all on one place. Nice and convenient and stated in an easy to study fashion. All right. So no advertising or sign may indicate that a property is sold until title has passed to the buyer by delivery and acceptance of the deed. So when does the transfer of ownership of real estate take place? Upon delivery and acceptance of the deed, the actual document that transfers the ownership. Okay. The word title in real estate is different than with an automobile. You have a car. Title is your proof of ownership. That's your document, right? That's your ownership of the vehicle. In real estate, the word title simply means ownership. There is no document in real estate called title. Let me repeat that. There is no document in real estate called title. It's just a word that means ownership. The document that's used to transfer title is a deed. In real estate, deed is the document that's used to transfer the ownership, the title. Familiarize yourself with the terminology here. So, I have a slide explaining that title and deed and all that stuff coming up after this slide or two. Let's see, I'm not sure exactly, but it's coming up. So you do not have to advertise the status of a listing in ads or on signs. But if you do, the status must be accurate, right? You can't advertise a property as available when it's not available anymore, or vice versa. So sold sign riders is something that people often put on real estate signs. Have you guys ever seen a real estate sign with a sold sign rider on it? It says sold on top of it. Probably shouldn't have been there. If you've seen that sign, was it there for a long time? Or was it there just for a couple days?
I've seen both.
Well, think about it for a second. If you're buying a property and there's a for sale sign on top of it from the real estate broker, that was not the broker you used because you had a different agent helping you out to buy that house. Once you close on it, you're the owner. Would you want them to leave their sign on your front lawn? Or would you pull it out of the front lawn and lean it against the side of the house and tell them to call them up and tell them to come pick it up? Right? Yeah. Right. So it probably shouldn't have belonged there. Now, let's just say you're very nice about it because they came and they approached you and they asked you, or maybe even the listing agent was also the buyer's agent for you. So that was their sign up there. So you're like, okay, I'll let you keep it up there for a couple of days so you can put the sold sign rider on and let the community know that you've sold the property. But are you going to want it up there for weeks on end or months even? Probably not. So when you do see a sold sign rider that's on a real estate sign for a while, often this is a real estate agent that is breaking the rules. They may have gotten an offer on the property and they immediately slapped a sold sign rider on it so nobody else makes any inquiries and makes their own other offers, because now that listing agent probably got their own offer and they got both sides of the transaction. So they slapped a sold sign rider under so nobody calls anymore. You're not supposed to do that. That property's not yet sold. It's only sold when title, the ownership, has transferred. You've closed. You've had the closing day. We have a new owner on the property. Now it's sold. It's not sold simply when we got an accepted offer and we got a contract and it went to attorney review. Well, that's an attorney review. When it's out of attorney review and you're now in a legally binding contract, it said you are under contract. That's the next sign rider that you may see. So you could see sign riders that say under contract. That means an offer has been accepted, it went through attorney review, and now the buyer and seller are in a legally binding contract with each other. Okay. You should never use those sale pending sign riders. As a matter of fact, the New Jersey Real Estate Commission put out a notice a couple of years ago about them that you should throw them in the garbage and do not buy any. Because what does sale pending mean? Or pending sale? It's too subjective. I get a listing. The day I get that listing, sale pending that we find a buyer that makes an offer that's acceptable to the seller. I mean, what exactly does sale pending mean, right? It's too subjective. Under contract, we know what that means. Coming soon, well, you better have a listing. That's just a delayed showing, right? Here's that delayed showing listing paper form again. You can't delay it for more than 10 days, and I'm not going to read this whole form again. We already went through it today. Now, here's my slide about title, that word title. You guys, you're going to like this one. You may want to snap a picture of this one too. It makes your notes a lot easier to understand. Talks about title, talks about deed, recording documents, and the 4 evidences of title. Several exam questions probably rooted out of this slide all on its own. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nod, nod. All right. So let's go over this. Title is just a word that means ownership, and there is no document in real estate called title. A deed, however, there's 2 ways to define what a deed is. First, I'm going to give you the simple, dumbed down, simple to understand, everyday English word explanation of it. A deed is a document used to transfer ownership, but is not proof of ownership. And then I'll give you the more educated sounding way of saying the same thing by using the real estate terminology that they'll probably be using on exams. A deed is an instrument used to convey title, but is not evidence of title. These 2 sentences say the same exact thing. Look, instrument's a fancy word for document. Convey, another word to transfer. Evidence, is another word for proof, and title is another word for ownership. Booyah. So a deed is not just used to transfer one's rights or interest in real property, like their air rights or mineral rights or subsurface rights, but it could also be used to transfer a partial ownership interest. So you could own real estate with somebody else. You have multiple owners of this real estate, and only one of the owners is selling their interest, but the other owners are remaining as owners. That gets a little bit dicey on how to transfer the ownership and market that, because you're not really selling the property. You're only selling one person's partial ownership interest in the property. And that could be classified as dealing in securities. So real estate agents usually don't get involved in selling partial ownership interest unless you have somebody with the special licensing to deal in securities, because now this may have to be registered as a security with the SEC and the FTC and the state of New Jersey, and you need to have somebody with the special licensing to deal in securities, but also somebody with a real estate license to sell this type of security, which is real estate. It gets to be a pain. So often people are unable just to sell their partial ownership interest, although they could try. So I just want to get that out of the way. Now, ownership's transferred upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself, which is not, the deed does not need to be signed or dated by the buyer until or unless they want to record their new ownership interest in the public records. Recording your documents in the public records means that you're adding it to the county hall of records where all the documents pertaining to land ownership are held. It's usually your county courthouse or the building right next to it. You know, the one that's full of sheriff's officers? All right. They're guarding all of those real estate ownership documents down there. So the ownership is transferred upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself. The deed is a document that we use to transfer the ownership. The buyer does not need to sign it or date it because the transfer of the ownership takes place upon the actual physical delivery and acceptance of the deed. The buyer's name needs to be stated in the deed so that they can be readily identified who they are, but it needs to be signed by the seller. And the buyer needs to be stated in the deed so that they can be identified. Before a document can be recorded in the public records, their signature needs to be acknowledged by a notary, a judge, an attorney, or other trusted official like a elected politician. I know, of trusted officials, right? Okay. Now, why do we record documents in the public record? Well, to put the world on notice of our interest in that property, of course. So why do we record documents? Well, to put the world on notice of our interest in that property. So recording our new ownership, or maybe attaching a lien because somebody did not pay you money for work that you did on their house. You could attach it, or maybe you got a lawsuit judgment against somebody and you found out that they own real estate. So you could take that judgment, attach it to the real estate they own, and make a lien on it because they owe you money. So you could make a lien against their property. You pay the appropriate filing fee, and they could record that in the county courthouse. So now when the person goes and tries to sell the house, their property, any potential buyer is going to do a title search, which will uncover the fact that there's liens on the property. And a lien is a financial claim against the real estate. Would you want to buy a property that has a lien on it? Probably not. So you would want the seller to clear up any such liens off of the property before you close on it and purchase it, because liens attach to properties, not to property owners. So somebody can sell you their property that has liens on it. If you didn't do a title search and find out that there's liens on it, well, you're buying it. That's shame on you. If you you want to buy a car, you should inspect it before you buy it. If you want to buy a house, you should search for liens, do an home inspection, do title searches, and you do surveys, you know. These are all kinds of home inspections that we do. So a title search is an inspection of the ownership records. And we want to make sure that there's no financial claims attached to it other than those that the seller has disclosed to you that you are willing to take on, or the ones that you know are going to be paid off when you pay them for the house or the property, right? Which then those liens would be released. So that's why we'd want to record documents in the public record. Put the world on notice of our interest in that property. Now, a deed is the document used to transfer one's title, their ownership, their rights, their interests, their partial ownership. But a deed is not proof of ownership. Say what? Yeah. Title is a word that means ownership. Deed is the document that's used to transfer that ownership, but it's not proof of ownership. I got a blank deed on my computer right now. I could fill out that blank deed for your house. Does that mean that I have the right to sell your house? No.
But proof of ownership is title, even though title's not a document?
No. The word title simply means ownership. Document is the, deed is the document used to transfer the ownership of real estate, but it's not proof of ownership. So your next question should be, well, then what is? What is proof of ownership of real estate? Well, let's look at the bottom of this slide. There are 4 evidences of title. That's the fancy way of saying there are 4 proofs of ownership. Okay? So there's 4 proofs of ownership, or 4 evidences of title. They are abstract of title with attorney's opinion, certificate of title, title insurance policy, and a Torrens certificate. Even though we don't use them in New Jersey, that's one of the 4 evidences or proofs of ownership. 4 evidences of title or proofs of ownership. This is something we're not going to get to until like the next to last chapter. See, it's on page 383. I may even have it on the next slide. Let me see. Yes, I do. So we're going to be going there in just a moment. But I would suggest you guys snap a picture of this slide if you still haven't done it. It does a pretty good job of explaining what title, deed, is, and why we record documents in the public record. And a deed is not proof of ownership, but what is? Well, here are the 4 evidences of title. An abstract of title with attorney's opinion. Well, an abstract. What's an abstract? When you guys drive, right? You guys got car insurance? Okay. When you guys went to get car insurance, did your insurance company ask for, did they have to ask you for your driver's license number so that they could do a check on your driving record, so that they could get an abstract of your driving record? So it's a condensed history of your driving record. Okay. So an abstract of title is ownership. It's an abstract of all the records that can be found in the public documents pertaining to the ownership of the real estate. It's put in chronological order according to the date that they were recorded in the public records. Then that sheet is turned over to an attorney who then examines that abstract and then determine whether you got good, clear title free of any liens or encumbrances other than those the seller has told you are included. Now, if the abstractor who did that research at the public records and made that report made a mistake, well, they carry errors and omissions insurance, just like we do. So you could collect on their insurance if they screwed up. And it turns out that there was an improper transfer of ownership in the past, and you got to give up the property now. Or if it shows that there was liens on the property that were not previously disclosed, well, their insurance will need to cover that. Okay? If the attorney made a mistake, well, you'll have to sue them. Good luck with that. Now, certificate of title, it's often not even in writing. It's often just verbal. It's all implied So in some rural locales, you could have an attorney that will go down and actually search the public records themselves. And then they'll be like, yeah, you got good clear title. Would you rely on that as a proof of ownership? Well, then who the hell would? Tell you what, the lender would. The lender would. Because often just before the closing, before the lender authorizes the release of the funds for the closing, for the money that they wired into the attorney's account, before they authorize them the release of those funds to the seller to pay the pay off the seller's mortgage and give their proceeds and pay the attorney, the real estate agent's commissions and all that stuff, they will ask if evidence of title has been provided. And the attorney can say, yeah, I searched the public records myself. They got good clear title. And, they'll record that conversation. And that's their evidence that they'll accept. You and me, we wouldn't accept that, but the lender may. Here's the more common type of proof of ownership that's used here in New Jersey, a title insurance policy, where they also have abstractors on their staff that go down and search the public records. And they search back at least 60 years, but as far back as they can, probably to the beginning, since record ownership, land records have been started to be kept in the state of New Jersey. So way back when, let's see, we were the third state in the union, right? So way back in the 1700s, you could probably go down to your local courthouse and trace back the ownership to the 1700s. The land records should still be there, okay? But they search back a minimum of 60 years. And then they make sure that there's been no improper transfers of ownership in all those years. All these sellers who were listed as the owners signed the deeds. If there was someone else that signed the deed, why did they sign the deed? Is it because the owner died and then they left it to someone in a will? Well, then they should have recorded that will or the court documents that showed that they were the one who inherited that interest, right? You have to have some sort of a proof to tie all these things in the public records. These documents all need to be recorded there. Once they're satisfied that once the insurance company's been satisfied that you got good, clear title, they're going to insure you. They'll sell you an insurance policy. Now, your attorney should tell you there are two different types of insurance policies for title. There's a buyer's policy and there's a lender's policy. They should sell you both of them. They should encourage you to buy both of them because the buyer's policy, well, this is what the policies do. If somebody should be able to step forward and claim that my grandpappy's grandpappy was swindled out of this property and I could prove it, okay? Well, if that's true and they're able to prove it, that means that all the sales after that were illegal. They were not valid sales because there was an improper transfer because somebody stole the property somehow, right? If somebody can establish that that actually occurred, it's like buying a stolen TV. The cops ain't going to let you keep it. But I paid for it. Yeah, you bought stolen property. You don't get to keep it. So in that same regard, if you bought a house, you don't get to keep it if there was an improper transfer previously or previous to that owner or previous to that owner. So you have to give up the property. But what about the loan I have on the property? Well, the lender's policy will pay off the balance of any loan. What about the money I put down? The buyer's policy will reimburse you for that. Okay? That's what those two insurance policies do. That's probably the best proof of ownership, getting a title insurance policy. And then lastly, we have a Torrens certificate, which we do not use here in New Jersey. You need to know that. Torrens, some states have a Torrens system where anytime there is a transfer of ownership, it's done down at the Central Hall of Record Keeping. New Jersey, we have 21 counties, and each county has their own Central Hall of Record Keeping. So anytime there's a transfer of ownership, it must be recorded there. However, in New Jersey, we got 21 county Hall of Records. And we don't require you to record your ownership. It's in your best interest to, but you're not required to. Why is it in your best interest to record your ownership? Well, let's just say you just bought the property from me. Somebody trips and falls on that property. Who are they suing? Whoever's recorded in the county records as being the current owner. And that's still me, the seller. So I'm going to want to make sure that you, the buyer, had it recorded in your name now that you're now the owner. So I don't get any suits like that. And well, why is it in your best interest as the new owner to record it in your name? Well, what if I get into an accident or I get sued? Somebody's going to do a search to see if I own anything, and then they want to put a lien on the property. And if I'm still recorded as the owner of that property, someone could put a lien on it. So it's in your best interest to change it into your name as soon as possible. You see the many reasons why it's in everybody's best interest to record, even though we're not required to. It's in your best interest to record the ownership in your name. When the ownership changes, have all those documents recorded in the County Hall of Records. I hope this explanation you found enlightening and clear and straight to the point. I do my best. Okay. So let's highlight some of these things, and then we're going to be done for the day. So let's go through a couple pages of highlights on page 357 here, and then we're going to be done for the day because it's already that time. Look at that. So page 357. Let's make these highlights here, that a deed is a written instrument by which an owner of real estate intentionally conveys their right, title, or interest in a parcel of real estate. All deeds must be in writing according to the requirements of the statutes of frauds, which we'll learn about. The owner who sells or gives the land is known as the grantor. They're granting their ownership to someone else. And the new owner who acquired the title is called the grantee. So now we know who the players are, the grantor, the grantee. And these are the types of deeds, which I didn't even get into explaining, and I'm not going to right now. But let's just start off on this page. From the deeds that offer the most protection to those that offer the least protection of any deed. We can at least highlight them. Don't worry, when we get to chapter 19, I'll explain them. Or is it chapter 20? I forget. And right under here where it says bargain and sale deed, no covenants. Here's a little definition for you what a covenant is. It's a legal promise. It's not a bunch of witches. That's a coven. This is a covenant. Covenant is a legal promise. Dooby dooby doo. So all you write, so after you do the highlights, under where it says covenant, right? A covenant is a legal promise. And then over here, I drew this little arrow and I put protections, most, least with the arrow. So the full covenant warranty deed offers the most protection all the way down to the quitclaim deed, which offers the least protection of any deed. These are 4 of the common deeds that we use here in New Jersey. I'm not going to go over them in detail. It's going to take a little time to explain, and we ain't getting into that right now. So just write all these highlights and notes, and once you got it, let me know so I can move to the next slide and we could finish these out. How's our lefty doing? Are you good? You got it all? Okay. So here's the next one. Page 383. Chain of title. Whoa. Chain. We're talking about chains. Chains of title. Well, title means ownership. A chain of ownership. It shows the record of ownership of the property over a period of time. And an abstract is a condensed history of all the documents affecting a particular parcel of land, which I already explained that to you. You could search the public records and get an abstract. You could build up an abstracted title linking one owner to the next. Each owner is a link in that chain of ownership. And if you could link one owner's ownership to the next, you now have a chain. The more owners you can link to each other, the longer the chain grows, right? And if you cannot link one owner to the next, it's said that there's a gap or a break in the chain of title. These gaps or breaks in the chain are often caused by somebody not recording their ownership interest in the public record. And these can be cured by getting somebody to sign a quitclaim deed to bridge these gaps. Or sometimes it's necessary to have a court action and appear before a judge and show why you're the rightful owner and somebody just didn't record their ownership interest, and show whatever evidence you got that you're the proper owner and why you are. And the judge will then issue an order that you are the rightful owner. This is known as a suit to quiet title. Yeah, we're trying to quiet the potential grumblings of somebody who may step forward and claim that they're the rightful owner. So you want a judge to quiet them down, a suit to quiet title. All right. And a deed is not evidence of title. So the documentary proof is called evidence of title. There are 4 generally used forms of title evidence / proofs of ownership. The abstract of title with attorney's opinion, title insurance policy, most often used in New Jersey, title certificate, not used in New Jersey, and a certificate of title. And a deed is not proof of title. Yes, is not is one word now, apparently. They forgot to put a space in there. Isn't, maybe? Contraction? No. Everybody good with the highlights and notes and all that jazz? Okay, so then we'll leave off here, turn back to page 21. We'll leave off there and we'll pick up here tomorrow to finish this chapter from this point. Okay, so we're done for today. Let me stop the recording.